Hi. Hey. What's up? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How are you? It's 3:46 p.m. It's 12/13/2024. That's 12/13/24. And it is a Friday, 3:45 p.m., and it is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen Day, and I'm going to be playing some good amount of games here today. We're going to be doing some Eve and some FFXI and some Starfield and some Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. I'm excited for all of this, and it will take me a while to get around to all of it, but I do have Pantheon installed, and we will be firing it up right now. I will go up under Pantheon, but there's only 700 viewers, and you can see that this game is dead on arrival. There should have been 200,000 players on this or something like that, but no, the day of release, there's only about 700 people watching, and so I can't even go up in the channel, and we can see the Pantheon is a dead game upon launch. I may return this game actually, but we'll see. We're gonna launch Pantheon. First thing we need to do is see if it's EAC. No, it's not thousands. It's about 700 fucking people. Yep. And so, yeah, so I'm going to drop it off the big face for Pantheon Day. There we go. Starfield. Okay. I am going to go on about the business of doing everything that I wanted to do. Oh, good. Silver's selling. That music. Oh, Pantheon. Right. Maybe they don't have EAC. Okay, servers. It's kind of loud. Can we do settings here? Wow. I will be an elven female wizard. What? Oh, you reset it all? I can't create character. I don't know, I might return the game based off the fact that I can't turn the sound down and I can't create the character. It seems already that it's a scam right inside of the character creation screen. I mean, I can't create character and it won't even say why. Oh, there. Maybe it's because I didn't allocate points is why. Okay. I've never played this game before. I'm excited to see it. I need to load Vortex. Use WSAD to move and space to jump. Hold right mouse to look. Hold left shift while moving forward to sprint. Use mouse wheel to zoom the camera in and out. Give those controls a try and then click the next page button. Arrow button at the bottom of this one. Use mouse wheel to zoom the camera in and out. Oof, that frame rate, guys. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know, buddy. Yeah. Frozen Spike, Mana Skin, Basic Elemental Focus. For each element that is fully focused, you will gain passive Mana Regeneration. Protect for each full focus element. Was a passive intent. Oh, I don't know. I suppose. Oh, here, can I move this? Yes, I can. It's an innate passive ability. Opponents indifferent to your presence won't attack unless you attack them. But if consider says they're prepared to attack you or seething with hatred, they'll attack you if you get too close. So be aware. How difficult the fight might be is shown by the description. The color of the text was just and how well the fight actually goes will vary based on how much health you had when combat began, how well you use your abilities, your gear. Click next page to see what consider colors mean. Music's not bad. Doing keybinds and all this stuff, sorry. So one of the things you can do in this game is climb, I guess. It won't let me climb yet, but... Ugh, their mouse sensitivity is off the hook. Oh, I don't know. If I don't think I want to play. I don't see how this could be better than Final Fantasy 11. It's unfortunate. I guess I'll go see the combat. But I've already spent 40 minutes doing my fucking settings for no reason. We'll see. I'm not impressed by this game. Part of it's the graphics, but also the fact that it feels like goddamn EverQuest or Mortal 1 from 20 years ago. And it is 2024. There's no guidance to tell you where to go at all. Oh, that's true north. Okay, so I don't have any objectives. Smelter, forge. Well, I need to see the combat, but I think even, like, Embers Adrift was better than this. It's weird. Is there a map? Wow, we're really up fucking far. I kind of want to jump off just to see what happens. Will I lose what's in my inventory? Like, what the fuck? I guess I'll try my first experiment here. Oh, God. My stomach fell out. Yes, release. Okay. Yep. Okay, well, I found out. Did I lose anything? No, I don't think I lost anything. It's funny. Well, okay, so I don't really know where to go. We're, like, on this tree. Some guidance would be probably appropriate. Some guidance of, like, where the fucking, like, the door of the town is, at least. Or a map or something. $33 damage from falling. I don't know. I want to see the combat before I write it off. I do. Oof, I don't know. I think I will, I really do not know where the fuck to go at all. And I'm already disliking the experience a lot. Is there really no map? Where do I go? Give me some guidance or something. I might return this game. Oh my god, the walking sim is already goddamn off the hook. Alright, well, I don't know. I think I've explored, like, every part of all 3 trees now, and I don't really have any idea where the fuck to go. My god, it just keeps going. Where do I go? Oh, I don't know. This would have been base ass way back 25 years ago. Where the fuck do I go? I am not liking this at all. Where do I go? What do I do? Ugh. Climbing is cool. I still don't know where to go, though. Like, at all. Where the fuck do I go? What do I do? Okay, game, I'm gonna give you about 5 minutes here to fucking announce your intentions and tell me to do something. Or tell me where to go, or I'm going to fucking return you. 5 minutes, motherfucker. I'm dead serious. It's 4:10. You've got 5 minutes. You don't get my time like this. You've got 5 minutes to declare your intentions, or tell me where to go, or tell me what to do, or how to get down, or where to fight, or something. Something. Some indication of what to do, or... I mean, you're starting to already piss me off. Really fucking bad. What roads? I mean, what? Oh, okay, here we go. Fucking Terabad design. Fucking elevator in the first 5 minutes, you piece of shit developer. I'm probably gonna return it. If I had a piece of shit developer in the first 5 minutes, ugh, I don't know, man. Oh, that's not looking too good. Yeah, don't die. That guy has a torch, but... Oh, no, I have a torch, yeah. Can I swim? No. Oh, yes, yeah, wait, yes, I can. The water isn't that bad. Can I go down? Wow. Okay, well, it's a lot better than some MMOs. But can you... Okay, that's odd how I pressed... Okay. No, I guess it is like that. Okay. Wild. So dumb. Can I shoot their target? Interesting. Oh, yeah? Damn it. Oh, I don't know. I think they could have done way, way better than this. It's a good game, but it's got problems. Oh. Hello? Yes, it is. Sorry, I got a phone call from a doctor confirming. Wait, so... I don't think this game is better than FFXI. I think this was made by people that don't know FFXI exists. Ugh, terrible problems already. I do like the game. This game, I can't believe this game got as much hype as it did. This game, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. This game would have been base-ass 25 years ago. I see what they're trying to do, but I think even Embers Adrift is better than this, maybe. What's up there? I don't think so, guys. This game... All the mobs are taken. There's 700 people and like 25 of them are right here and all stealing mobs from me. It's insane. What is a jute plant? Ronfar? Oh my god. I don't need this game. I've got FFXI. It's far superior. It's unfortunate but true. It sucks, but FFXI is far, far superior to old school RuneScape and fucking this game. And what's the other one? The one I just mentioned, Embers Adrift. A bunch of these. Final Fantasy XI is absolutely superior to EverQuest, old school RuneScape, this game. I'm sorry, but it just is. I don't expect the whole world to agree with me. It's just the actual fucking truth. Quit. Terribly sorry. This game was not fun. I'm returning it immediately. This game was not. I've been waiting for this game for 5 years. It was not fun. Graphics was horrible, and it was going to take 50 hours to do anything at all. I'm sorry, but yeah. So we'll go to Steam support. I'll take this off the screen because you guys don't need to see this part of it. Okay, so we'll go on about the business of modding Starfield, and that's going to be a whole thing. I need to handle games, and I need to add one. I want to manage my Starfield game. Is this my keyboard's running out of battery? Gotta plug it in. Well, that's a shame. I thought Pantheon was, I mean, it was good, but I don't need that. I don't need that game. I've got it. I've got FFXI. It's fucking superior. I don't need that fucking game. Like, honestly, FFXI is superior to most RPGs, in my opinion. I keep looking for one to beat it. No, there hasn't been one. I'm sorry, but I mean, FFXI is just superior. It is. In every way or form. From the graphics. See it? Graphics are just better. They're better. Like, to the content, to the Final Fantasy lore, the storyline, the execution. Even the walking sim is more respectful. There's better teleports and stuff. In terms of old school RPGs, FFXI is it for me. I don't think any of these games are very good. Show hidden games. I want to add a game. What do you mean? Oh, unmanaged, managed. I mean, Starfield. Yes, Starfield. What? Oh. Okay. I have to mod my client back to where it was, and I didn't have a lot of mods specifically for this situation. So, but it's a little bit of work I've got to do. Okay, good. Now I got to go post copper ingots. What else? So I am in on my all trying to look at the NES store and anything that, yeah, nice. Okay. That's a shame. I mean, I like this game for $40. It's not going to ever have a monthly. So for $40, I suppose it's not that bad of a game. Money wise, like, you know, it's not that bad of a game. But gameplay-wise, I don't know. I don't think so. I think Final Fantasy is superior. Final Fantasy XI is superior in every way to that game. I'm terribly sorry, but I believe it is. Like, it sucks to have that much faith. But, I mean, let's do, yeah, 19,001. Okay, that's okay. Silver's good. It'll sell. I'm making good money off silver now. Yeah, I already have one of these old games that's got its claws in my heart. I don't need Pantheon. I don't need Ashes of Creation, honestly. I need New World. Something that'll give me like Souls-like combat difficulty, and I don't think Pantheon, I don't think Ashes is it. I don't think PAX Day is it. I don't think Pantheon is it. I think they're going to swing and miss. It's insane. I don't think Star Citizen is it. I think all of these games are swinging and missing. So I played for 37 minutes. I'm going to return this game. I learned there's so many scams coming out, and this isn't a scam. I mean, it is a scam because they've been producing for 7 years, and this is the product that they came up with. I feel like I could do better. Like, I feel like I could do better by myself. It's insane. I feel like I could have done better. They had a whole crew of like 30 people in 7 years, and that's the product that they came up with. I don't know, man. I don't think that product's good. I'm sorry. I think it's got promise, and I think eventually it could be good after 10 years, but it's not good right now, and I'm not paying $40 for this. I want to, it's not what I expected. I'd like to request a refund, yeah. Yep, 37 minutes, 41.91 will be returned. Choose refund reason. I'm having issues with its frame rate is too low. The multiplayer doesn't work. The game didn't match the videos and screenshots, because it doesn't mean that the game is too difficult. It's not fun. It's not fun. I'm sorry, but that game is not fun. It was immediately like playing DDO. It was like playing DDO or Lotro or something. No, thank you. It's not fun. I've been waiting for this game for 5 years. Moment I played it, it was inferior to games that are free, that are 20 years old, such as DDO, Lotro. OSRS is even better than this game. I'm terribly sorry, but it is. And it didn't reflect. Graphics were subpar to 2005, let alone 2024. 25 of the 40 mobs I pulled were evaded and glitched. It wasn't fun, guys. I demand a refund. I demand a refund. It wasn't fun. This wasn't fun. I told him the truth. Yeah, and I said why. Okay, so then, so we focus back on Eve, FFXI, and New World. I mean, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. But it puts more money in my budget for other stuff. It's fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. All right, Pantheon was no good. That's unfortunate. I mean, I was like, yeah, start sending us. I didn't start my YouTube yet, but that's okay. We're not going up under Pantheon. That game was okay, but it was inferior to FFXI. I'm terribly sorry. Save. There we go. And what next? Now, I will get on Mortal, and I will chop trees while I do. No. I will get on Mortal while I chop trees. Mortal was superior to that game. Mortal's superior to Pantheon. If I'm gonna take on an old game, yeah. This was on my D drive. Yeah, stuff field, select folder. This is unknown. Select. An error occurred. Activating profile. Some games need to be run noise before they can be modded. I mean, yeah, oh yeah. Well, maybe it's because it's quit. Yeah. No, I don't think you have a problem. Starfield has been added more and updated to 4.0. Would you like to download Starfield Script Extender? Yes, download, yeah. Download. Slow download. SFSE. Fix. Next. Apply fix. Suggest. Apply. Using hard link, character or activating process need to be see users whichever they customers going to be activating profile. Okay, so then We will load GeForce Now and Mortal 2. Yeah, Mortal 2. And I will chop trees until I have a set. And then I will buy a set and all of my magic reagents, and I will go back to the fucking... I will not go to the dungeon because mage in 1v1s... Mage is good in PvE, but in PvP, it's only good if you have an unsuspecting target. If you get in a fight with a melee, they just mow you down in 3 hits. So, you know, I'm learning that, yeah, this is like my PvE character, the mage. My PvP character is my pokey dragoon tamer. And so, yeah, and I'm learning, like, I don't want to do PvP on this mage at all unless I catch a target unsuspecting. And even then, all they have to do is charge you. Like, and by the time you cast your second or third spell, until I'm Elementalist and I'm much, much stronger, I won't be able to do PvP. Like, because you need to be able to cast on a target for, like, I don't know, 2.5 minutes to actually fucking kill them. You saw last night, a melee mowed me down inside of 3 seconds. I just don't have 2.5 fucking minutes, and I can't stop running. Or I can't cast, and if I stop running, I just get mowed down in 3 seconds. So I want to go back to PvE. I'm learning that I don't want to go to places where I can't get out of on my mage at all. I mean, look how small she is. She gets mowed down, and she's got good damage, but she gets mowed down. You die in like 3 hits. Melee is no good for me. I mean, I'm going to be a mounted mage, and I'm going to stay outside, I think, and stay away from the dungeons, because there's nowhere to go. You can't run. You can't live. Like, if you can't kill them in one shot or CC them in place or something, they're just, you know, you're just fucked. You're fucked. You can't do anything. Okay, so we go pull out 5 axes, buy a new set. Fucking annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4 axes, whatever. Yeah, we'll go buy a set. I need to kind of get a concept of what... you know, I want to listen to some music, but I don't know what. I think I'll do Eve. But first I want to get on the right character. I just had to check the NES store. Check the redeem items. Yep. Ooh, 100,000 skill points. Not bad. Ice Storm Filaments. I suppose the event might be pretty good money, but I don't want to do the event. Yes. Well, I could do the event on her, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I need to do that. It would be good money, maybe, but I don't want to pay attention to it is the problem. Oh, did you... Oh. Okay, well, yeah, there we go. That's good. Okay, so log out. Am I being killed? No. That guy's being killed. This is why I don't take a guild tag, because I know that it just affiliates me, essentially. Greywood's paying better for some reason, so that's what I'm going to do. Greywood's the weepy one. No, Whitewood's the weepy one. Greywood's the one that looks normal. Yeah, there we go. Nope, nope. Let me kill the sound while I auto farm. Like this game looks better than that game. I don't know. Like why I would play that game over these games is beyond me. I don't know. I don't think I would. 10 grand off that, and I've got some dark clusters. Those will sell. 2,800, not bad. Maybe I should turn the sound up on her because it's kind of hard to tell what I'm doing. $37.01. Has the price gone down? Yeah. $34.01. No, I'm going to go $33.01. And I'm just going to repost because I want sales. I don't care. I'll do sales. Okay. So lots and lots and lots of big ingots at $33.01. What happened there? I'm going to look for a file real quick. Okay, so let's look at my vortex here. SFSE. Okay, so we're going to go into the Starfield install. I might start a new save, which is kind of annoying, starting over again, you know? But, I mean, it's gotten boring. It's gotten boring already. I don't know. No, I want to play my character. I'm going to play my character. It's fine. But, I am... Oh, there's Bethany Pie, but, oops. Wait, no, I want to come back. Yeah, come back. Then... Okay, so going to first of all there. Okay, so got what I needed to do. Now, we sell lots of copper ingots. I wanted that game to be good, but that piece of shit is base. DDO is better than that game. What? Like, come on, man. That was not it. Frame rates weren't too good. The animations weren't too good. I don't know. I'm looking for a game that's superior to FFXI, and these aren't, and there just isn't. There just isn't. I'm blessed that I have it. It's also free. It's like free. Like FFXI is basically free. It's, I mean, if you play it on private server, and it's better on private server than it is like real life, or sorry, retail. And yeah, and like I'm looking for something superior. That's not it. At this point, I would do better off just paying a yearly for FFXI retail. It's just going back to that and living on my Mog Island and doing all the content with my trusts and stuff, and just like returning to a paid FFXI experience. Then, you know, that piece of shit. That's a piece of shit. I mean, FFXI has its problems. It's really old too, but it's still a lot more workable. I'm gonna sell this mithril ingot. This was a lot of copper that I sold. Funny that this old free private server game is superior to all these ones trying to come out. I think this game's so superior. It actually really is. It's a superior game. So, like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I don't need... I keep thinking, oh, I need something to replace FFXI. I'm so bored with it. But no. You don't really. There's nothing superior to this, I don't think. It's weird. Like, I'm very biased. You know, it sucks, but it's true. So, what are we doing? We're loading, no, we're going to the D folder to load Starfield, and I'm going to create a shortcut. You know, I think I want to completely redo all of my Starfield settings, because I fear that the game itself might have problems. Because of all the mods and everything. No, I don't know. This thing's probably fine, honestly. I just like how create shortcut isn't on the first time you right click a file on Windows. Yeah, there. And then so I need an idea of the mods that I need to download on Vortex. So Starfield we're looking for. We'll have to load the game. But that's okay. Okay, cool. We're back and ready to go back to work. This heater is up a little bit too high, but we're going to be delicate about it. 66. Try 66. Okay, so we have some money. Nice. Got Dark Cluster sales. Okay, gonna log off. So my save is gonna load. I just have to get the mods in the right place, which is fine. Continue. Okay, and then on the Starfield Nexus, mods, most endorsed. Star UI inventory is one of them I'm going to do. Starfield community patch. So we're going to do Star UI inventory, Vortex. Slow download. Good. Star UI inventory. Then I need the community patch. The Starfield community patch. Okay, Starfield community patch, good. Headshot kills any actor. Headshot kills any actor. SKK headshot any actor. Swiftly order squad. Royal Weathers Light. Royal Weathers Light. Vanilla Flashlight improved. Z-Ogre's AIO gameplay. Shut up. Then I'm going to add stuff for ship building. I think that's everything. I'm going to add stuff for shipbuilding. Oh, I timed out. Damn it. You timed out. Really? Okay, well, it's okay. You were chopping a tree in the main thing. Was the main thing. And we're looking for ship stuff. Anything ship. Oh, G9 15. Yeah, I'm aware. I'll text ship living. I want you to sort by unique downloads. Okay, well, I believe that's it. So now we say no. No. Quit. Desktop. Load. Oops. Wow, 4K. Silver. Continue. 2x enemies. Okay, we'll go get more. 2x enemies. What? Oh no. There it is. Now I want to go back. Easy digipick. I don't think I need that with AIO. Improved combat AI. No combat music. Okay. Quit to desktop. I'm learning the process, excuse me. It's not that bad. Log in. Four days. This is a 100-hour save. 105-hour save. Okay, confirm. Love my little mage character in my dragoon tamer. Oh no, I guess I'm good actually. I don't know why I left. Yeah, it's loading. It's like verifying the mods, and it's like, I think I see everything, but it's like, I don't know if I have everything. No. Yes. Ah, good. I'm into my save. Very good. Like, I have to be very careful about this when I reformat, but yeah. Then when I get in, I can save. And then I have Starfield music and Starfield content whenever I want. I want to have all of it. This load's taking a long time, but I mean, I shouldn't have an issue, I don't think. I mean, I don't really believe. Let's go back and just see if there's other stuff trending or anything like that. Star UI inventory, I added that one, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, and then, yeah, and it's still loading because it has to do this like the first time. I might have to start over. I might have borked my save. I don't really know. That'd be okay with me, though. I know the game well enough where I can just skip through all the fucking, the chat now. Achievement Enabler, Starfield Performance Optimizations, Compound Mission UI. See, I don't really see why... Oh, yeah, because EAC. Yeah, effect textures enhanced. Did you load or did you freeze? You froze. Maybe I borked my save. Or maybe I should load a different save. I don't really know. Yeah, you seized, but let's try again. I want to see the pictures of better HUD. It's the same HUD. Okay. No, I don't care about that. I have a fear that my Starfield what are they called? My text files are corrupted now, and I don't really know. It seems to be, yeah, it seems to be freezing on even the intro logo. Oh, no, it's okay, I guess. Never mind, it's good. Just preloading, I think. I may have borked this save. I don't know. Let's try this other save. Sidonia, and just see maybe if that particular save is borked. Yeah, I tried that one. No. Yes. There, that looks like it's loading better, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If I can get it to load once, I can save, and then I'm probably fine. It's just to get it in after all this stuff. I might have lost my save when I reformatted. Which sucks. I lose 100 hours there, but I still wasn't really truly happy with the character. It's kind of annoying. Or the settings, or the mods. That just wasn't my character, I guess. I don't know. No, it should let me load the character if the mods aren't corrupted, but maybe because I don't have the digipic file, it's like corrupted now. I could try with the digipic download. I suppose I will. My save may be borked if I don't, so I'll go back and I'll look. Maybe it's used to having the digipic now and it doesn't know what to do without it, so we'll install digipic and just see if it fixes this bork. I don't know. Easy digipic. Yeah. And we'll see if if the load loads after that. Oh. Now, oh, that's part of it. Yeah, we haven't actually totally, like, got everything done yet. Are you frozen? You're frozen. Oh. Well, then... Oh, no, you're not frozen. No, you're just... Okay, well, there we go. Okay, so easy digipick and no combat music. That might have been why it was borking. So let's see if now, if it'll load. Okay. And now I'm here... You seem to have moved my character for some reason. Okay, whatever. Oops. You know, I could gank that guy. Oh, if I had reagents, yeah. I could get on my ult. And just come over and stab his ass. I think I will come over and stab his ass. Come over on my ult. I'll fucking stab his ass. And sell his rock for money. I don't know. I would have to buy a dagger. Yeah, I could maybe dagger him in the back. No, I don't know. I don't need to fuck with this guy. I don't need to fuck with him. That's fine. Oh boy, I'm tempted though. He might have money. Continue. Confirm. Current. We'll just see if it loads. I fucking doubt it, but, you know. Oh, I have Clade, I think, actually. So, oh, I do have a clay point. I haven't spent it. So next we go into Algorand sight or true sight. No, oh, increase. Yeah, increase weak space. So you can see farther in darkness. So I guess the next one is night vision. I can see further in darkness, and then true sight increases weak spot chance. So okay, cool. Did you get in? You did get in. Yeah, I got in. That's fucking awesome. Look, I got in. I got my save resurrected. Oh, maybe we play Bellright tonight, huh? 65. Big on. Why can't I see you, Big on? I want to play something on it. Absolutely, sure. Okay. Oh, my sensitivity is borked for some reason. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, my file's new. Oh, listen to that good music. Fine. Greywood lore.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Begon?
I'm finally playing again and got all weekend to game it up, it looks like.
Yay! Lots of games, Begon, not enough time.
I was figuring Bellwright makes more sense because Bellwright has a definitive ending point, whereas 7 days is literally until we get tired of playing it.
Yeah, 300 dudes, 300-man army, or whatever. I would really like to see that, honestly.
Well, I don't think it goes to 300.
Or whatever
But
it is, 100, 200. Alright, Bellwright it is. I will get off Mortal here. Just
you
gotta...
need a few minutes to get to a stopping point.
No, I'm like 10 seconds from logging. I just gotta get to a guard. And then the Bellwright log. I've got in my head that I want to play Mage. It's come on like a fucking fever. I want to play Mage on all the games. So I'm playing like Fire Staff Void Gauntlet, Fire Staff Ice Gauntlet on New World, and I'm playing like Mage on my second character on Mortal 2, which is so fun.
Are you doing the Fat Mage build?
Skinny Shivra Dex Mage, which is daggers, sprinting, horse magery, and elementalism. There's a lot of really good magic in Mortal. Like you can change the weather for the fucking towns, which blows my mind, you know? Okay, coming in Bellwright. I played Pantheon Rise of the Fallen was today, and I spent $40 on it. And it's a time sink that rivals something like EverQuest or something, which I didn't like about it. And the combat's okay, but it's janky and the graphics aren't good. And it's so fucking slow, and I don't believe it to be superior to even DDO or anything like that. I got my heart broken by Pantheon today. It was kind of sad. I think even Embers Adrift has more potential than Pantheon did. And that really surprised me. I thought Pantheon was going to be, the way they hyped it. Plus there's 700. Sorry, I'm loading Bellwright. I'm just trying to find it on my. It's on my list for some reason. Here we go. Gotta dig. But yeah, Pantheon was interesting. Played it for 45 minutes and returned it. Because I was like, God damn it, man, this is inferior to even DDO, I would say. It's a different game than DDO, but I wouldn't say superior. And it had the same engine as DDO, I think. It was like the same kind of characters, the same UI, the same... It uses that old DDO UI that they occasionally use in like Mortal DDO. I was kind of surprised to see it from a game in 2024 a little bit. PAX Stay disappointed me. I'm excited, Begon. If you're looking for a different game to play, I got you Last Oasis, and I think Last Oasis might be a really fun game because I'm into. I'm just taking your invite here. I'm into the idea of a mobile base. And, you pitched a game at me a while ago. What was it? It's like a spaceship game where you run co-op, kind of like keeping the ship running and stuff. And I'm obsessed with the idea of a mobile base now. And this company, Donkey Crew, they made a different game that I got you. It's Last Oasis. That's a mobile base game that might be pretty fun. And so if you're ever looking for something new, when this game caps out or whatever. I felt that Last Oasis had more potential than Pantheon did, for instance.
I'll try to look at them once we finish Bellwright. I don't want to get into multiple games with clear endings at a time.
No, I'm not saying we stack this on the pile right now. I'm saying like I'm expressing an interest. That's all. I played Last Oasis. I think it's actually got really good potential. So,
Well, we play Bellwright to death, and I'm happy to try it out. I didn't want to
Absolutely.
accept the games you gifted me until we actually play them.
Yeah. Oh no, they were cheap, buddy. I haven't spent more than I think $20. Bellwright was, or sorry, not Bellwright, but yeah, Last Oasis was $10. There was another one I got you for like $3 or something. But I kept it cheap. I snagged these because I was buying from them. They're so cheap that you can just buy two of them, kind of thing. But yeah. Can you return a gift? Because that's kind of cool. I didn't know you could even do that.
Well, when you gift it to someone, it shows up in my Steam list in my library, which explains why I had that stupid Korean dating game.
Yeah.
Because Charlie was, I guess, trolling me or something. But it says like purchase instead of play. So I have to go and like I forget where, but you have to go to the menus and actually accept the gift for it to be usable in my Steam library, but it still shows up like I have it.
Yeah. And I bought Last Oasis, whether you play it or not, just so we could support Donkey Crew, because I think this company should be, supported. So I used your slot of Last Oasis as a way for me to support the company, if it makes sense. So whether you want to play it or not, I don't care. It can sit in your library forever. It doesn't matter. But the money should go to the company, I think.
Yeah, so right now where we're at, we have a raid coming today, so we can't go murder stuff until the raid's over.
Yeah, I'm coming to the sign. I'm out in the middle of bumfuck for some reason, and I don't remember why. So I'm
I'm
just...
mostly trying to hit quests right now because we have a lot of people in our village. I don't think we need to focus on recruiting as much as just questing and getting the like town favor and stuff. Killing beasts to get their trophies is also good because we can just buy trust with the beast trophies if you recall.
Yes.
We just unlocked the advanced building from the town hall thing, so we're trying to focus on getting those researches unlocked and then building a lot of those buildings.
Yeah. Hey, Begon, is there a rocket launcher in 7 days?
Yeah, there is.
Is the destruction of the environment pretty good?
I believe it is. That's why I've never used it and always yelled at people not to use it because it just destroys stuff.
Yeah, so can we like blow our way into loot rooms?
Nowhere near as quickly as you can just auger your way into a loot room.
Oh yeah, I suppose the auger's always fastest, yeah.
Yeah, I mean you can use it to destroy weaker. I mean if you're trying to destroy like steel blocks, it's gonna probably not be so efficient. But if you're just trying to destroy wood or something, like you could tear down a weak wood structure pretty quick with rocket launchers, I think.
Yeah, but not
like in a
not
horde
like
mode,
a
you would
loot
get
room, not a loot room though, right? Because that metal's too.
yeah, you destroy your stuff.
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking about specs. You mentioned 7 days, and I was like, "Ooh, I wonder if a rocket launcher spec might be pretty good." Is it? But is there anything in the chart for? Oh yeah, there's explosives in the chart, isn't there? I think something for more explosive damage. Can't remember.
There's the whole tree for that.
Yeah, so yeah, that might be kind of a cool thing to do for the end game. Almost to the sign. Like I'm obsessed with the idea of mobile bases and automation, which brings a couple of games to the forefront in my mind because Nightingale has good automation. It's not as good as this game. It doesn't have it has good follower AI, but I think it caps you at like 2 followers. But the followers do all the automation that these villagers do. So you can sit in a base in Nightingale all day and do nothing, and your followers, if you're idle, your followers just do all the base chores and everything. And so Nightingale as a co-op experience might be really good too, because with 2 people you have I think 4 followers, and that gets to be pretty cool because your dudes actually do chop wood and fetch water and build stuff and all that. So another game that I didn't initially think might fit the co-op duo so much might be a little bit better from, because if automation is something that fascinates both of us, that might put Nightingale a little bit higher on the list. And Nightingale's cheap too. Just thinking about other games for the future and stuff. I've got this disease where I'm constantly looking for... I mean, I guess it's hunting for games, but I'm not hunting for games. I'm happy with the games that I have. I'm just hunting for experiences for the stream. I guess... Do we... Oh, no, I'm full. I gotta deal with that first. Shit, was I building a sign? I was building a sign for us. I remember now what I was doing. I'm in Horndean, and I'm building a sign for you somewhere, but I can't remember where. Krasmir? I'll just go to Krasmir. Oh, I don't have... Oh, no, I do have 2 logs. Yeah, I'm all set up to build a sign, so... Since I'm down here, I'll run to Krasmir and I'll get you fast entry to it. And if the raid starts, I'll just run back to this sign.
Okay.
That gives some like... Because I had already done this footwork, I guess. I just couldn't remember. Okay, there it is. It spawned. How far? Ah, west of the town. Maybe I better just run back to the sign then. Fuck it. I thought I might have time. Oops.
Oh, the raid did spawn, but it's pretty far away.
Yeah. I'm going out to intercept. Ugh.
Okay, so what's holding us back is we need an apprentice innkeeper because you can't research anything at the new research desk without one.
Okay.
And I'm reading the only place, so you have to actually recruit an NPC that is an apprentice innkeeper. And I'm reading the only place to do that is the village of Farnworth, which you have built a teleport to,
Yeah.
but we have no favor with them yet.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna have to do is get a bunch of coins and animal trophies, just like everything we can get together. We're gonna have to go buy their love out.
Damn it. I almost got the sign built before they fucking kill me. 1 or 2 clicks away. How do we build favor with them? Oh, the missions. Yeah, huh.
Mostly missions, but like
Yeah.
I said, you can turn in animal stuff too.
Yeah.
So I grabbed a bunch of coins from bandit kills, but we could also get like wolf teeth and stuff like that to make them like us. But yeah, so if we make them like us, and if there is no apprentice innkeeper in the town, then we can also fix that by now we unlock the ability to build buildings for other towns. So we can actually build up all these outskirt towns now.
Oh.
And that's one way to make them like us too. Like if you build a house, they'll like you a little bit more. If you build, I don't know, a pottery barn or some shit, they'll like you more. So that's one way to make them love us.
Sounds like more work for you.
There's a lot of ways to make it happen, but we'll need to get this Farnworth town to like us. Appears to be the next like stumbling block goal that we have to focus on.
Yeah.
Problem is, we went so long without playing that I don't remember how most of these commands work.
Welcome to my world. I'm always like playing some game that I haven't played in 5 months, and I'm like, ah, I'm rusty.
Yeah, I figured it out. I got him coming with me now.
Okay, we have another sign at this crossroads now, because I want to farm this area. But they already moved past it by the time I actually got it down. But now I can get back to you quickly, which is good. There we go. Awesome! We have like an army.
It's 13 dudes. They're gonna murder these bandits.
Mm-hmm. Ruh. I can't shoot my bow? Oh. No, yeah, I'm holding right click and I can't shoot my bow. I can't do it. Oh, I have to pull it out. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oop. Successfully defend against 7 bandit raids on any of your settlements.
I just dismissed, so I think they'll help pick up stuff first. Some of them are. Some of them are just fucking back off to base, it looks like.
I'm trying to get some. And I'm empty, so...
It looks like we didn't lose anyone, so that's always good.
Yeah. Yeah, that was everything, right? Yeah.
Yeah, thankfully these bandit raids are easy for us at our current strength.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could be hitting bandit camps, but I'm working on quests. I mean, if you want to rouse the guard and go kill stuff, you're welcome to.
Nope, I'm gonna build a sign at the other town first and farm.
Okay, well,
And
remember, we need
then
animal trophies, so murder any animals you see on the way.
that's the idea. And it takes time. You know, that takes time. It takes investment of time. It's stupid.
Oh, also bandits. Bandit coins are worth more than the animal parts,
Yeah.
but we need whatever.
Yeah, I'll clear camps, but I want to get the other town sign down and hunt animals on the way. Oops.
Oh, are you at town? Can you bring me one strap? I need real bad.
I am. Uh-huh. I have one shot. Yep, coming.
Okay, I'm at Farnworth, so just one strap and teleport
Yep.
to me.
Yep, on my way. Farnworth.
Okay, just drop it and I'll grab it from you. Thank you.
Yeps.
And there's the quest done. Oh, now we need 3 boar tusks, which we don't have any of, so we actually need to hunt
Boars.
first.
Okay. That's what I'm headed out to do. I just have to eat first. I haven't been to the food hut yet. I forgot about the stand mechanic like Valheim.
Nice, we're already friends with Farnworth. This might actually be all I need.
Yeah.
We still want to get up with them, but I mean, if nothing else, it lets us recruit like good companions, which is always a big bonus.
Mm-hmm.
That was just me doing all of our rep tokens and doing one quest.
Where did they put the arrows? I always forget. Actually, I'm gonna put these away. I think 30 arrows is enough. Fuck it. Or no, it's not. I'm hunting, so I need 60 arrows. There we go. 60 arrows.
Yeah, well, I found an apprentice innkeeper that is recruitable, but he only lets us recruit him if we've liberated the village, apparently.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I found another one. Exact same story. Has to liberate it first.
No.
The problem is, I don't know if we can actually liberate anything until we get an apprentice innkeeper. Because to do the liberation stuff, we have to research how to make a bell tower. And that's an advanced tech. So
Okay.
I'm starting to get really confused on how we progress.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out, I imagine.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to do what my Brave search result said, which is Some users suggested building village houses in Farnworth because it might spawn an apprentice innkeeper.
Okay. Sounds like a good tip.
Yeah, I hope it's a real thing. But yeah, we'll see. And it may not work right now because we don't have the tech for village houses, it looks like. Great. Well, I don't know what to do. Besides, I guess keep doing quests for him. But we need to get a village, or we need to get an innkeeper. That's the only way to move this forward.
Yeah. If I had an answer, I would supply it.
Oh, you know what? It might literally just be for the one tech that I'm trying to do and not just all techs.
Mm.
Let me go see if that's the case. 'Cause that's goofy if that's the case. I'm trying to research the food cellar, which is like a mega stockpile for food. And it also slows down the decay of stuff.
Yeah.
So it looks like it might literally just be that I picked the wrong thing to try to research first. Yep, I picked the wrong
Oh.
thing to try to research. I switched the research and now it's saying I can do it.
Okay.
So, okay then. Whatever. This game is goofy.
Food. Oh yeah, food is there. That's right. Smoked fish.
Also, it's nighttime. Are you gonna be able to come back to town to sleep?
I'm in town, right at my base.
Okay, let's advance
I
then.
I had to upgrade my armor, get food, get arrows, and I'm now completely done with all that. I have all the materials for a new sign, and I'm going out boar hunting. But it took a lot of prep time. I was completely out of everything when we logged last time. have a pick. Damn it. Tools. I'll have to go find an axe. Off quiver. Damn it, I need an axe. Where's an axe? No. There's a log. That helps. Need my axe. There we go. Simple axe instead of pick. Yeah. And do you have another log? Yes, you do. I guess I'll have to leave the arrows. But I will take another log. Yep. It's unfortunate that I can't fit the arrows. I guess I can do this. And then pull the arrows. Yep. Cool. And then, okay. Okay, completely full, completely loaded. I had to get an axe instead of a pick, which takes time. And then, okay, and then I'm all, like, set and ready, actually leaving the town now. Heading east. Boar hunting. Ew.
Yeah, I got some kind of fuck up news from my dad today.
Oh no, what's that?
Oh, my middle sister, her husband has decided that he is done being married and wants a divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yep, as far as problem is, fucking all these people think you need to be secretive about this shit between family, but
Yeah, well, I mean, people keep this stuff close to the cuff. It's personal, you know?
you still need to let family know.
Yeah.
But the only thing they've given me to go off of here is that he has just not felt that he loves her for several years now, and he's tired of dealing with it.
Life's too short.
Oh, they have a kid together too, which is, you know,
How
if it's
old is the kid?
Their daughter's like 2.5.
Well, I guess that's better than like 7, you know?
It's still pretty fucked.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, when you get married to someone you're supposed to work on and not just go, I'm bored, I'm gonna be done now, bye. Anyway, so that's kind of shitty.
I feel the same thing. You know, my sympathy to your sister. It sucks.
Well, I've been through 2 divorces myself. At least now I don't get to keep feeling like the family fuck up because I got divorced.
I wouldn't, you know, I linked that divorce lawyer video. You should watch that at some point if you haven't ever watched it. The statistics will blow your mind, man. Like America, like 73% of us get divorced or something. It's insane, buddy. You shouldn't feel bad. Everybody tries all the time and fails. It's this thing that is imperfect and doesn't usually succeed.
I don't know if it's 70%. I think that statistic is the straight up rate of marriage success, and that also or the problem is that if it's the statistic I'm thinking you're giving me there, it treats people with multiple divorces.
Oh, that's right. Well, the current rate is 42%. But they look at it in a different statistic, though. They say 40 to 50% of first marriages end in divorce. 67% and that's why I said 70, right? 67% of second marriages end in divorce. And so, I mean, when I say 70, I'm not fucking around. I didn't, you know, I quoted you the exact statistics from the Census Bureau.
Okay, because, yeah, it's oftentimes what happens is those high divorce rate statistics are usually taking people that have had 3 divorces and treating that as just straight up 3 divorces. Whereas it's more fair to quote like the percentage of people that have had divorces.
42% is not that high, but it's not a good success rate.
It's high. It's high. the divorce rate, if our society was healthy, quote unquote healthy, it should be more like 5 to 10%, really, in my opinion.
Yeah. There's a lot of cheating. There's a lot of, I don't know, just poverty. I think poverty is a large cause of it.
A lot of people just aren't in it for the long haul. They're just
No.
they decide those emotions you get in your head when you're first having that relationship, or maybe you jumped and started having sex right away.
Yeah.
They oftentimes just take those emotions and say that is love, and they decide to tie the knot, even though they really don't love each other, or at least one of them doesn't, which has been my case, unfortunately.
There's a really good Rick and Morty quote about this. And I don't want to mangle this, so I'm going to pull it. Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people call love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed. It hits hard, Morty, then it slowly fades, leaving you stranded in a failing marriage. And then he finishes up with saying, I did it. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna get the whole quote. I did it. Okay, so I'm gonna do the whole quote because the first one was cut off, right? Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people calls love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed. It hits hard, then it slowly fades, leaving you stranded in a failing marriage. I did it. Your parents are gonna do it. Break the cycle, Morty. Rise above. Focus on science. And the focus on science part, I think, needs to be said a bit. Is we do actually torture ourselves over marriage quite a bit, and love, and all this stuff. But I actually sort of think of love and marriage as this thing that's supposed to happen between about 18 and 34. You're supposed to breed when you're young, and that sort of thing. And by the time you're like 35, something like that, I think you should focus on science. I think at that point in your life, and you should sort of.
That's a black-pilled bedwetter take on things. It's not the correct way, and that's just you only live once, and you don't live that long, and that's literally fucking throwing your life away. Now, if you don't want to get married, you don't want to have a relationship, that's fine. But it's fucking doomer BS saying that, oh yeah, you just need to. You did not have kids and fucking worship the.
I didn't say not have kids. I said you should have
science.
You should have kids younger, and you should focus on marriage and love between the ages of 18 and 34. But by the time you're 34, you should be running a household. I didn't say anything about not having kids. You should be running a household. By the time you're like 34, 35, you should be cemented in those things. You should have maybe had several, maybe 5, 7 relationships or something, and found the right person that you can manage to stay with the rest of your life and all this. And so I think when people try to go at it again at the age of like 35, when their lives should be established, is a little bit harder, and that's where that 67% of the second divorce rate thing comes from. By that time, when you're like 35 and you maybe had your like second divorce and stuff, it's hard to go again. Your life should be established by that point,
I'm not arguing that point.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say like something cultural about judgment or.
I was picking apart the Rick and Morty quote, and it's partially because I hate Rick and Morty, but
yeah. Well, but he's right, though. Like, love is a thing that technically, I'm not sure you could prove scientifically exists either. I mean, he is right about that.
We can't prove everything with science that exists.
No, not at all.
Usually because we don't know how to. We don't have the capability with our knowledge of science.
We know love exists, and it's this strong, compelling thing that we have proof of, record of,
Well, it's definitely more than chemicals. That's absolutely a part of it, but it's absolutely not just chemicals. If you want to make the argument that the chemicals change your brain and like literally how it works, and not just make you feel this way for a few days, that's a different conversation. But no, it's more than just chemicals. Like, I mean, it's on a much deeper level.
I agree.
Like science shit.
I totally agree. Everything you're saying. Yeah.
Wow, I just got the Uber board. It dropped like 4 of every resource it can drop.
Rick Sanchez is a mockery of people like Doc Brown from Back to the Future or mad scientist types who feel that science is the end-all be-all and math is the only real truth, and
Yeah.
The whole thing is a lampoon on, but he's not that wrong when he says that love is this thing that, you know, that your parents did, that you're gonna do, that it's like a cycle that compels animals to breed. It is there, you know, that it's a cold analytical scientist way of looking at it, and I'm not condoning that side of it. You know, love is there, and love is, you know, I think the reason
when
to
I
live.
hear that quote, I'm more thinking that's someone whose parents got divorced and he's just giving a fucking black pill doom and gloom take on it. More of a way to vent his own frustrations at life than to actually state an argument.
Yeah, it's a very, very opinionated, very subjective, very divorce culture, you know, divorce culture, like, yeah, like a quote. It's a divorce culture quote that comes from somebody who's been hurt a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I think it's someone's personal experience, and it's in that way it's a little bit of a vent, like a personal vent.
Yeah.
But it's not something I would outright disagree with
No.
either, to the point where I can't just dismiss it.
Only Sith work in absolutes like that. Was saying that love should only be a certain age, or that the people are always going to end up in divorce or anything like that. Absolutes don't work.
I'm
really.
talking like the chemical stuff, for example.
Yeah.
There's absolutely a chemical reaction. That part's not wrong, but it's not only a chemical reaction, which is how the quote kind of comes out. But it's supposed to be just a jaded asshole saying that quote regardless.
Yeah, jaded is where the where it comes from. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, like I've been fucked over real bad by women 2 times, and unfortunately,
but don't ever give up. Don't ever give up.
While I love my kids, it kills me that it affects my kids that their moms are shitheads.
No, nobody's perfect, buddy. We all make mistakes, you know.
But
least
I'm not
of all
gonna give
you.
up on life, and I'm not going to stop living life or pursuing what I think is right just because I've met some really awful people on the way. Well, one of them is really awful. One of them is just really stupid, but still.
Yeah. No, I gave up on humanity, but I never gave up on my own personal life or dating or any of that other stuff. Like you can do humanity from a very remote.
Well, there's hope for humanity, but we need to have
grasp.
different planets we live on, because unfortunately it's too easy to cross continents.
I
You
agree.
can't go to fuck offville anymore if you don't agree with the society that you were raised in.
Testify, brother. Absolutely.
Well, once we start colonizing other planets, if we ever manage to get that far, because the only person doing it is Elon Musk, and half the world hates him because he supported Trump, so that's ridiculous considering what he's contributing to humanity in terms of like building stuff.
Well, he signed up with the devil, you know.
Well, I as a Donald Trump supporter,
the devil.
But
kidding.
Yeah, I mean he
Reagan was the devil. Donald Trump is just Donald Trump, you know.
Well, Donald Trump is a lot of things.
We didn't have anything like Reaganomics after Donald Trump, so you know.
But it's like even if you don't like Elon for reasons, it's like
I like Elon
trying to get us into space, and I would say that should trump a lot of other gripes that people may have with it. Like, there's things that Elon Musk has said and done that I disagree with for sure. Yeah. But the man's trying to get us into space, and like the thing he did, I only paid it a little bit of attention, so I could be wrong on some details here. But getting the rocket parts to fall back to Earth and actually dock with a ground-based station, at least I think that's what he managed to do with his SpaceX stuff. But that's a huge advancement. I mean, our technology has been stagnant since like the 70s. Very little innovation outside of just making computers smaller and smaller.
Hardware got better. The AI for our NVIDIA cards got good.
What Elon Musk did with SpaceX and that rocket is more impressive than any of the technological innovation we've had in generations. And he's the one leading that, and if it wasn't for Elon Musk, it would not have happened. And I think humanity owes him a huge debt because he's getting us back on track scientifically.
Yeah.
So he's a flawed dude. I'm not going to argue that, but yeah, he has achieved a hell of a lot more than most of us ever will, and in a lot of ways. Like, he deserves to be the world's richest man because he's done a fuck of a lot with that money and with his intelligence. Now, I really need these villagers to make me a meat stew for a quest, and they won't, and I don't know how to work this fucking cookpot because it's confusing. Oh, actually, there's one crafting right now.
I don't think Tesla's done almost anything, and I don't think he deserves to be the world's richest man. I think that would be Jeff Bezos, because Amazon's actually done something. The rocket science, he stands on rocket science that thousands and thousands of other scientists did before him.
No, Elon's the one making it happen. Having the knowledge
Yes.
and doing anything with it are two
Yes, yeah.
entirely different things.
Yeah, but
Elon
when...
has done something with it.
Yes.
Elon has also advanced other things too. Like I don't give a fuck about
Yes,
electric
but
cars. I think they're a scam pushed by the government and cronies. But Elon has also been the fucking leader of electric car innovation.
I own an electric car, and I think they're superior.
Yeah, well, we can disagree on whether or not electric cars are a good thing. I think they're a horrible thing and they destroy the environment. But Elon Musk is the father of innovation on electrical cars. Like, you should appreciate him for that too, not just spaceships. I mean, PayPal, yeah, sure, PayPal's shit because they like to ban people for political thought from using their platform, but that was his first company. I believe his first major company that really took off was PayPal. Oh, by the way, if we can advance the day, that would be awesome. But if you're not,
I can't. I can't.
Okay, let's see if I can turn this quest before everyone goes to sleep back in the town. But no, the guy's achieved an incredible amount of stuff, and I also hate Jeff Bezos, but that's a separate thing.
I can't think of anything Elon's done. Name something.
I've been listing things for like the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, SpaceX went to space, yeah. But we've done that already.
That's not what I was talking about at all.
Yeah.
Now I know you were paying attention.
I'm being chased by 5 bandit packs, but yeah.
No, I was talking about making the booster, I think it was a booster, from a rocket fall back to Earth and actually dock with a ground side docking station. Like it, because normally we just jettison those things and they fall into the ocean or they fall into some desert somewhere where no one's going to get hit.
Yeah, but you don't think NASA wasn't messing with something like that in the 70s?
No, NASA, well, about the 70s, I don't know. Current day NASA has been destroyed by DEI and just fucking, well, currently at least, left-wing political ideology. They're more worried about having black people in space than they are pushing space technology and getting humans into space. So instead of advancing humanity, they're worried about the politics of what your skin looks like and who you like having sex with, which is that kind of stuff is why NASA has totally fallen. Like that, nothing comes out of NASA anymore. NASA's just propaganda at this point. They have failed us, and they need to be rebuilt from the ground up at this point. NASA has fallen.
We defunded them.
Well, good, until they can be gutted and put back together as what NASA was supposed to be.
No, it wasn't good when NASA was defunded. No.
No, I mean like
when you take the money away from a government agency, they end up being inefficacious. You know.
I'm saying if NASA's more worried about what the skin color and sexuality of their astronauts is, then
which is fine when
rockets,
they've been defunded for
that's the problem.
28 years and haven't done anything since 1978. They got defunded. So they sit there and worry about the 1% of funding they have left and to be able to do nothing. I don't really care if they care. Honestly, worrying about having black people in space seems like something a defunded government entity probably should be doing, because what else can they do?
Well, I don't think
they were defunded. You know?
I don't think there's anyone that actually cares against or for anything about whether or not black people are in space. It's a non-issue to me. I want good astronauts. If the good astronauts are black, awesome. Don't care. Cool for them. Happy for them. But I want good astronauts, not just this group of people being astronauts.
Well, Obama defunded NASA in 2010 with the NASA Authorization Act, which canceled the Constellation program and enacted many of their policies, space goals and stuff. So I guess you could lay the death of NASA and the complete defund of it at Obama's feet, yeah. But I mean, a defunded government organization, I don't know what we expect from them. They've been defunded for a long time. The president and the government cuts their money so badly. What do we expect from them?
NASA's developed things before that have been very useful to humanity. I can't remember. Didn't they make? I don't know if it was latex or.
There's a lot of stuff. There's Teflon,
shit
latex,
they have made to help us at
microwaves, storage stuff like the toothpaste tube, stuff like that. And
Yeah,
those
so
things are
that's what I'm
helpful, but I
saying.
don't know if I would call them game changers, really.
Yeah, they're supposed to be building rocket ships,
And
and
this
that
was
hasn't been
my
happening.
attitude. It's like what like we got a lot of stuff from the space race, but I don't know quantifiably what those things are beyond rocket science. We have a lot of air pressure tech because they need to be able to stay alive up there in the pressure. So we got a lot of really good air pressure tech and stuff. Got a lot of really good computers and a lot of long range communication tools that we worked on. But when you get down to what we actually succeeded in doing there, it's mainly like rocket science and stuff. And I don't know what we expected from a defunded entity. So I'm saying, like, if you were to give Elon's money to NASA as opposed to Elon, I don't know why we would promote Elon, the private engineer, over a government entity that's been there since 1948 or something, or whatever they've
I don't
been.
know why we would ever want government responsible for anything. Government only fails, and that's not just the U.S. government. That's government everywhere. All they do is fuck things up. It's private industry that usually
If
spurs innovation.
so, but if America wants to go to, or well, not America, if the world wants to go to space, how do we reach the financial goal of doing that outside of a governmental push? Like,
Well,
Elon
rich
can go and
billionaires like
do
Elon
it.
Musk can definitely push that. Well, Bezos has been trying to do it too. Bezos has his own space company. Remember, he was sending penis-shaped rockets into space a while ago?
Yes. And I just wonder why private citizens wouldn't we, as taxpayers, want to just fund a scientific push to lead us to a place where we're not so cramped anymore?
Well, if
Yeah.
the only way I see that actually working as a system is where the government gives tax write-offs and benefits to the companies that are trying to push space tech.
See,
You
I
know, like
think
make it cheaper for them to do so. But
yeah.
the people that amass those billions of dollars, like Bezos and Musk, they're really smart guys that know their business. And think what you will about their politics and their social etiquette, uh, they know how to run a company. And when those guys, people like that, decide they want to run a company that goes to space, they're much better at it than some government bureaucrat or desk jockey. You know, like some random guy that just happened to slip his way into some government position.
Could an Elon Musk have done what NASA did in the 70s and gone to the moon? Like back then, would they have had the money and the time and the thing to build the Cape Canaveral NASA space program and all that stuff? Elon
Like,
has the money now, but I'm not sure I want a single private citizen having that much money either.
well, see that's a
I'm not saying that
political
what I believe
thing.
is right. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I would rather it a governmental tax paid push than some private citizen dominating the entire push. And that's weird coming from an anarchist who doesn't really believe in government. But I think it's better to
Hey,
have the
come back to town.
governmental taxes. Yes,
I see you literally running in circles, and I'm like, I
I'm
need to go
not
to sleep
running
so we
in
can sleep.
circles. I followed the river. I couldn't see it because it's fog of war. So,
I saw you. What's it? But town, and your arrow kept going in circles.
no, I followed the river all the way north to where Carolyn Shears is right now.
All right. Well, that point is all the NPCs went to sleep, but I can't do quests right now. And if I could advance the night, that would be awesome.
I had to locate the bridge, which I did locate, by the way. It took me a while, though. Maybe I should put a signpost at the bridge. Because you have to use the bridge. You can't cross anywhere else. So like so back then it would have been somebody like Howard Hughes. I don't really know why I would trust Howard Hughes to take us to space, and I don't trust Elon either. I don't know why I would trust Howard Hughes or Elon to take us to space over the NASA space
Elon's been
program.
making progress. Elon's done things that are huge leaps forward in our space tech. Like he has done it now. He hasn't just talked about doing it. He hasn't just put a company together. He's done things that have advanced us.
Okay.
Like the proof is in the pudding, and he's got the pudding.
Okay. Anything else you need while I'm here?
No, I think that's all for now. Thanks. I just
Alright.
got to advance that day so our workers keep working.
Uh-huh.
But still, do need some more boar tusks to keep any boars you see. Make sure you murder them.
I didn't get any out the last two I killed, but I put hides in the box.
That's fine. I got 2 of them just a moment ago, so we just need 1 more, I think.
Yeah, I see all the things that Elon has done for space, and Begon is correct. He has done a lot. Yeah, I mean, it would take me a while to list it all. I can see the point. You know, I just wasn't aware of it. I mean, I don't go track Elon's space movement.
Well, I pay very little attention as well, so I'm not
Yeah,
saying
that's
I
the
know
problem.
much,
Like,
but
I was ignorant of it. You know, I was like, "What has Elon done for space?" But it's because that's not that's my fault that I didn't track the news to find out. You know, but there's a long list here.
I feel we need a meritocratic system for who gets to
I
lead
don't.
humanity into the stars. And I
Not
think
at all.
usually people that have managed to amass that money, if it's not like they were born with it, like they amassed it themselves, to me that's a sign that they have the merit to at least be given that torch and see if they can run with it.
I think with that money comes great evil and great corruption, and all of the world's woes and losses come from these people. They are the thieves in the temple. They destroy the world. All the rape and the murder and the war and the problems happen because of them. If they take over space, it'll be like they'll turn space into what's happened on the planet here, and I don't want them in power at all. I don't think they should ever have more than $100 million, so how the fuck would they ever build something better than NASA? And the meritocracy is what's wrong with the world, and to put it into space will detonate mankind's history and future.
Well, he's already built something better than NASA, but
What's that? Oh yeah, yeah, I see here he has actually, which is called the Starship rocket. It's the largest and most powerful spaceship ever built. It's designed to be reusable, landing, refueling, and taking off again, which is something way better than anything NASA's ever done, and he's built this. On top of this, he's supposed to go to Mars by 2031. And I mean, if he's gonna say a year like that, I mean, he must
right
be
now he's our
planning
only
to
hope
go,
of
to
getting
go to
Mars.
Mars. That's
He's
true,
currently our
because
only
we
hope getting there.
defunded NASA. The piece of shit people like Elon, who run the world, who have too much money, defunded NASA. And that's what
Elon
they'll
did
do in
not
space
defund
too.
NASA.
No, Elon did not defund NASA. The rich people defunded NASA. The people who control the power base on the
Politicians,
planet.
because government is always evil every time.
Uh,
There is no government that does not oppress its people. All governments are by nature evil. If they start out not evil, they will become evil. It's an inevitability. That's why we should never hand any more authority to governments than is absolutely necessary to maintain society, because they will inevitably become corrupt. It happens every time history plays it out. I mean, you keep saying you're an anarchist. You sure shouldn't want the government having any
have I been
authority.
arguing? I mean, I didn't argue in anything you just said.
Well, if nothing else,
I looked for an
trying to
argument
make
and
it.
I didn't have one, buddy. That's the problem. You know, I don't
like,
have an argument for what you're saying.
I am super anti-government. I think they should be like roads and cops, and that's about it. Roads, cops, and keep other countries out.
See, I think the infrastructure of reaching space is like roads and cops.
Well, so
It's just like the internet. I think the internet's like that too.
I wanted to expand on your little space thing and say why I think your concerns are irrelevant in the long term. Because let's say that there's some monopoly or some hegemonic force that
They call it
owns
commercial.
space tech.
Commercial's the word you're looking for. Commercial.
There's a monopoly on space tech. Okay, great.
Yeah,
we get to
commercial.
Mars. Once we get to Mars, at some point that space tech's going to be widely spread. Like, it's not going to be just this one corporation knows how to travel to space. It'll be everyone knows how to travel to space. Just takes the resources and the willingness to make it happen. When that happens, humanity is going to spread into the stars. So yeah, you might not like the guy that gets us to Mars. You might not like the guy that gets us to Saturn or something like that. But once space tech is out there and people can just fuck off to other solar systems, that's when we'll really have freedom. That's when, if you don't like this government, you can just go to that other solar system where whatever you don't like isn't there. You can, if communism has a snowball's chance in hell, you can go to the communist solar system and hang out with all the other communists there. You can. That's literally human freedom, is our ability to spread out into the stars. And if you don't like a government, go somewhere where there is a government you like. Because unfortunately, Earth has been colonized out. It's populated out. There's no longer like an America across the ocean you can just go run to. That's why I don't have like an unpopulated landmass I'd run to if the U.S. fell. I would be like, okay, what's the government that I hate the least? I'd much rather it be there's a place I want to go than just the place I hate the least.
I really like your viewpoint, Begum. It's cool.
No, like, technology always ends up spilling over past just whoever first made it. And that's what I'm saying. You don't have to like who makes it first. You just have to trust eventually that tech will get out and it won't be this exclusive thing that only this one dude has. Like when ironworking came out. Well, the country that came out with iron first was a lot fucking more powerful than the Bronze Age villages. But eventually ironworking got out there. People knew how to make iron. It wasn't just this one place that knew how to make it anymore. And it's the same thing with space tech, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, your points are valid. I don't have arguments.
Yeah, so that's... I'm also trying to, like, drill in why I think you should support Elon Musk running the space race, because he's shown he can do it. He's made innovations that we've been cock-blocked for generations on, and he's still pushing us forward. It's one of his passions that he's actually interested in, and that tech will eventually become mainstream and popularized, and people like you will be able to take advantage of it. Maybe not in your lifetime, unfortunately. It might be 2 or 3 lifetimes until civilians are able to travel to some other solar system. But it's getting pushed forward now, and Elon Musk is one of the heralds of that.
So the only way he's able to afford the space race is these rich people, they stole all the money that should have gone to NASA. They took 9/10 of the world's money and they stuffed their fucking bank accounts with it. Now they want to go to space and control us up there where they can steal 9/10 of the money up there. I would way rather have NASA, which was defunded by people like Elon, rather than these shitty overlords that are destroying the planet right now. Their corruption will just leash into fucking space. Their fucking greed, and you want a commercial interest to run space. To me, space is a top 10 interest, like rent, food, water, shelter, security, education. When you let a rich man take control of any of these things, when you let a rich man take more than $100 million out of the entire planet itself, you have destruction of the human race, world wars, rape, pillaging, murder, all the problems of Sodom and Gomorrah and all this. And so you say, okay, all the corruption that the rich people have extended by taking power 9/10 of the control of this planet, you wish that to happen in space as well?
I don't think because somebody runs a business and makes money that people on the other side of the world begin having anal sex. No, I don't think that's how it works.
I think it is when they take 9/10 of the world's products, interest, and money. When they just stuff their bank accounts with it and don't share. When they don't spend it, when they just stuff their fucking fucking conservative bank accounts. They're under no obligation
just to give it to undeserving people. I mean, you own the sweat of your own brow, and I'm not saying that no rich person has used a dirty means to make money. Usually the ultra wealthy did do something shitty. In my mind, what Elon did was he took advantage of government programs which were corrupt in the first place.
That's the problem. The greater good should always be the main interest.
There's no such thing as the greater good, though. People will debate till the end of time what the greater good means, because it doesn't actually exist. It's whatever people come up with in their head. Like, any greater good you can come up with, I can probably come up with a counter-argument for why it's not good and it only helps a certain group.
Going to space.
I definitely think, if we're talking human advancement, yeah, going to space is probably a good thing, unless if there's aliens out there that we're going to end up destroying, but who knows.
So that's a greater good thing, so that we stop killing, so we don't run out of room down here. It's a greater good thing. So why would you put a businessman in control of that? It's a greater good thing that a government should be worried about.
Well, no, that's exactly why you should put a businessman in charge of it, because governments don't innovate space. The greater good would be getting us into space in the first place, no matter what the means are. So
I
the
think
greater good
government.
would be committing okay, like I'll even give you your argument and say that all rich people are evil. Well, that would be giving evil people temporary power so that we can have the greater good of humanity getting into space.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I don't argue that point. You have a good point. You
Like
know.
just let them have space tech for a generation, see how far we get. If after a generation it doesn't work, then you can go make it a communist utopia, whatever. But right now, that's what's spurring our innovation is having rich billionaires build rockets and throw them into space. Okay, another thing too, like it's only Americans that are doing this. In Saudi Arabia, you have the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the guy that's making the fucking Line World city, and he's dumping billions of dollars into it. He's eating up, I think it was like 25% of the world's steel production right now to build fucking Line World. And most people think it's insane and never going to work, myself included. But he's building Line World, okay?
Yeah, I know. I've
That's a
seen it.
Saudi billionaire
I
on
know.
the
I've
other
seen
side of the
it.
world
Yeah.
that's never done a single thing for humanity, that's never done anything to earn his wealth. He simply got born into it. He got fucked into his wealth, and he's using it to build Line World. I think your arguments about Elon Musk could be much more relevant to that Saudi billionaire crown prince because he is literally wasting human innovation on trying to build Line World. Whereas Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are trying to get us into space, which I think is way more admirable than building Line World, which is really just a way to cram people into a smaller space, which I think is abysmal. I hate cities. I hate everything about cities, and I sure as shit don't want cities getting more technological.
I disagree.
Well, I think cities propagate all the worst parts of humanity, and yeah, I don't like them. I mean, crime, indifference to suffering, pollution, all of these things are hand in hand, just things that come from cities.
You think that the world doesn't get those things?
I think that it takes cities to make them problems on a large scale, yes.
All right.
Like, okay,
Can all the
so
world be rural? I suppose. I suppose in the space
unfortunately,
race it could be. You
well,
know?
you could certainly have it be more rural if the cities weren't as big as they are. I mean, hell, look at the. I mean, this is more of a Republican argument, but look at the electoral map of the United States of America. Fucking the whole thing is red.
Yeah.
It's just
There's a
tiny
blue
little blue
river.
dots everywhere. Yet still, that's half the population is these little blue dots. No, like it's been a big issue with water rights, for example. Like in California, Southern California steals Northern California's water because all they had to do is say, "Well, we're gonna vote," and the sheep's or the wolves decided the sheep were for dinner, and the Southern Californians outvoted the Northern Californians and said, "Well, that water should go to us." So all the water went to them. But all it did was fuck over the people who actually owned the water, which is the Northern Californians, because democracy is a fucking evil thing, and
Colorado.
that was an absolute abuse of democratic power. Was saying your water's ours now because there's more of us and we say so.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
that's very true.
you should
Yeah.
political differences aside, I think you should definitely be able to agree with me that it is evil that Southern Californians could say that Northern Californians have to give all their water to Southern California just because more Southern Californians said that's how it should be than Northern Californians said that isn't how it should be.
No, I fundamentally disagree. I believe in. I think that is a fiscal conservative, shitty view of it, and it starves people and ruins the world. And I believe that the water needs to go wherever the water needs to go, and
Well, no,
and the water
populations
should
build
go
around the resources.
to the greater good.
Populations build around their resources. That's why whenever aid groups send
It's true.
food to Africa, just food, mind you, not infrastructure, but food. Whenever they send food to Africa, all they do is increase human suffering.
Yeah, I know. I'm a big teach a
Because
man to fish thing. You know.
that causes the farms that are in Africa to go out of business because you can't compete with free. It exacerbates the food crisis they already have. Then they start breeding out of control because when you have resources and you can sustain a family, you want to have family because kids are awesome. Families are awesome. But when you can't sustain it because it's foreign funny donations coming in, then as soon as those dry up, that's when the real starvation and misery happens. And I think that's basically a mirrored issue of like, for example, stealing water from one part of the country to give it to another part of the country, especially when you have the double evil of they're using a quote unquote democracy to achieve that kind of evil end. Saying, well, there's 5 of me and 3 of you, and we're gonna take your shit.
If the country is unified, the states don't really mean anything. It's all the same people with all the same need, and the water gets spread around for the greater good. Yeah.
No, it's not the greater good. Like, you wouldn't have.
So you just let Americans die of thirst?
No, people don't just start dying of thirst. No,
they do if you deny
so
them water rights.
It's not denying them water rights. Denying water rights is what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
They don't own the water. The water belongs to people.
The whole country.
Hundreds of miles away.
It doesn't belong to anybody. It belongs to the entire country.
No. Northern Californian water does not belong to me as a Washingtonian. That's just a matter of fact. It does not belong to me. I don't have any ownership of it. If I want to purchase goods,
I think you have a right to
like nuts, that's
like everybody else does.
No, I don't have a right to anyone's shit.
If you're inside of the country's boundary and you're a tax-paying citizen in the country, you need water and aren't getting it, the country should see to it that you get it from somewhere. That is what unity is.
No, water's an abundant resource. Fresh water is a limited resource, but it can be produced in whatever infinite quantity we want as long as we focus our efforts on that. We know how to make desalination plants.
But we don't.
They're expensive, but if water's enough of a scarce resource, we will
Just like NASA, we don't do desalination, though. Just like we don't do the space race. So, of course, some businessman takes it over. We don't do greater good stuff.
Going without water because we have plenty of water.
We do have massive droughts in this country. We do go without water all the time. In Colorado, if you water your lawn between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., you can catch a felony.
Yeah, that's a government thing.
But that's not a government thing. That's a reality thing. There is a drought.
You shouldn't be watering your lawn anyway. Lawns are stupid, and the whole idea of an English lawn is retarded. It's one of the awful things that our society picked up that we can't seem to get rid of.
I'm not pro lawn. I'm just saying that that water scarcities and droughts do exist in this country, especially in places like Colorado, because we give all of our water in the Colorado River to California, who then goes to Northern California or whatever. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Everybody's got a symbiotic relationship in a unity like a country. So does one city's rights, trump another's? Does one rural area's rights trump another's, or is it any more or less? I don't think so. It's all America. So if one person in America has a water problem, but everybody else doesn't, then everybody else gives their water. Is that not what unity is?
No, that's fundamentally not what America is. America is a collection of separate countries under one common banner.
I disagree completely.
That's what states are. That's what our state and federal governments are.
No,
it's gotten muddied ever since the first dictator Lincoln decided he didn't want to ever risk another rebellion again. He decided to consolidate power a lot more than it was ever meant to be. But this country was incepted as different governments, basically state governments, but they were acting like small countries with a common cause and banner. But the U.S. government wasn't supposed to ever get as big and powerful as it is now.
Yes, but we've always had an ethos, and I suppose you could say it's sort of unwritten because I don't believe it's in the law. But we've had an ethos that if an American is desperate for something, like say FEMA aid or whatever, we do it. Like we've always done it. We always help the people who need it. If there's a water shortage, we move water in from somewhere else. We dam rivers. We do what we have to do.
Well, if there's
that ethos is unwritten.
Need, like there's a hurricane, that's totally different than
saying, no. Even the long-term need.
California, I'm diverting your water. It's mine now.
Yeah, and I mean, water politics happen in California. I mean, it's a sore point. The water politics in California. We have disagreements about this all the time as Americans, but when you have Americans who are going to suffer and not have water when they need it, we look out and make sure that those Americans get the water that they need, hopefully anyways. There's no law to say that we do, but we do.
Well, so if the water is a scarce resource, there's not enough water, then people move That's the other thing that happens. They go move somewhere where there is water.
That is true. Yeah.
And if there's nowhere to move that has water, then you do something to make it so there's more water. Like you dig wells, you make a desalination plant.
Yeah, but we
Like,
don't do that. We defund all of that stuff. So then we rely on a commercial interest to do it, which is a
but I'm saying
terrible
that's
plan.
what we should do instead of just stealing water from people who haven't maximized their water resources.
I think good
Like,
governance, just because I'm an anarchist and don't believe in the current system that we have, doesn't mean that I think good governance can't exist. I think good governance is a better system than letting commercial meritocrats do it, you know?
okay, so Kat, if you find the time, I would really recommend you start watching some content from Michael Malice. He's a very well circulated anarchist.
Okay.
I have heard a lot of things from him that I agree with. And if it helps you at all, he's a homosexual, I'm pretty darn sure.
Okay, it doesn't help me at all, but sure.
Okay, well, he has a lot of good ideas. Maybe not in the bed, but he has a lot of good ideas. And there's a lot to learn from him. But like one thing he's stressed about anarchy is that anarchists are by definition nonviolent, because to enact violence against somebody is to basically enforce your own authority upon them, which is the exact opposite of what anarchy is supposed to be.
And I'm a pacifist. I've never struck a human being. You know?
Yeah, but I hear you advocating for totalitarian government every
No, I'm saying when I'm advocating as a greater fool for the greater good. If Northern California needs water, we move water in from Southern California because we have unity.
That's the opposite of anarchy. That's authoritarianism.
It is. It's weird, but see, governance is
required.
I
don't say that as an insult. I just mean that
you can be an anarchist and say that there's caveats, though, where like if you keep building and growing. And that's something that we did do with this government in this country kept building and growing to the point where water infrastructure is fucking needed, like to the point where aqueducts, like the Greeks did, you know, the aqueducts are fucking needed, whether you believe in anarchy or not. They're just needed. And so certain orders, even an anarchist will believe in, like 2 + 2 = 4. You know, you know, and it's not this refutation of base principles. It's this idea that I guess the best way to say it is almost a really shitty metaphor, but it's all tribes, no chiefs, which would be like...
I have the anarchist response to what you said, which would be, no, you don't bring a government in. You talk to your neighbors and say, hey, let's go do that. And you voluntarily get together and accomplish the thing that takes more than just you to do.
Yeah, and so I think as an anarchist, you could believe in something like a town hall, but that is governance, and at that point, you have a government.
No. Governance is... No, that's when it's enforced. When there's someone forcing you to do what the town hall says, then it's not anarchists working together. When it's neighbors getting together in the town hall and saying, hey, let's work together. Who agrees? Let's go. Okay, those of you that do agree, let's go do that.
Yeah, we did this in...
infringe on somebody, then that would be anarchy.
And the anarchists did this in the Occupy movement. Like when they wanted somebody to have enough power to speak and not be interrupted, they would do stuff like pass a stick. But there was no, you know, whoever had the stick could speak and everybody else had to listen and stuff like that. And I suppose you could call that governance, kind of. It's insane. But that's about as much governance as I want. I don't want to tell anybody to do anything. I want them to come to the fucking trough willingly and agree. And so letting some rich man run the space race is not in the interest of the people whatsoever. You just get the people together and you say, okay, well, we've got taxpayers and they're dumping trillions of dollars into a public fund here, and we're always wondering what to do with it to enrich the lives of the Americans and all this. Then we dog-ear tax money towards a NASA program that isn't controlled by anybody. It just enables the funds to pay scientists to sit around and dream up ways to get the Challenger rocket and stuff like this.
I would say if there's a big pile
Isn't that what NASA was?
Lower my taxes.
Yeah, and that's in that too. Lower the fucking taxes. When was the last time the taxes or the inflation was actually lowered? And that stuff sucks. But then this point, you know, there's this point where an anarchist has to admit that when you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, some infrastructure is needed. But the problem is, if you give a power base to the people that are trying to shape the infrastructure and make sure that it runs, that power inevitably becomes corrupt. And so you can't... I mean, anarchism is something that works in theory, but when you actually try to apply it to some kind of real world situation, you inevitably get what happens to, You know, you inevitably get Elons. You get people who get a power base so strong that they end up controlling the money again. And it's very bad. This is what happens to socialism and, you know, communism and all this. It's corruption at that point. When you get a greater good going and you start dog-earing funds to make sure that there's food for every child and space race is being researched and the police are funded and the roads are being built and the education system is being strengthened, not weakened, and all this other stuff. When you put that money to dog-ear towards that, somebody in power takes control of that money, and that's the problem. So commercial interests, you're not wrong when you say that commercial interests will protect the race efficiency better than a governmental entity. But putting a commercial interest in the control of something that the public needs fundamentally is a disaster, and always is. You know, you get monopolies.
Well, the public doesn't need to have space race technology. It'd just be a really good thing to advance humanity. But we're not going to die because we don't have space race technology. I'm going to live my life still.
I did not argue a very strong point you made this evening about how, you know, if we don't trust the businessman to do it, who will? And I did not argue with this point. That is the death of anarchism, kind of. There's this point where the structure needs to be funded. At that point, you don't have just the strongest survival of the fittest anymore. When you build too big, you inevitably need to worry about infrastructure. The minute that you have to worry about infrastructure, you need governance. If you need governance, you have corruption. If you have corruption, you have the downfall of the government. It is this endless cycle. And it's weird because I don't believe that meritocracy or commercial people are the solution to this problem. I don't believe they are. You know.
So Elon doing his space company stuff, that is anarchy in motion. Now he get his money initially.
It is not.
It's a private individual going and paying people to willingly do the thing.
It's a business structure run by a fucking board of directors that runs the whole fucking structured fucking base that's far more structured base than even a government is.
If it's a corporation...
And with that comes corruption of the worst sort.
So a corporation with board of directors does muddy that a bit. But I'm saying if it's just a guy saying, hey, I have money, come work for me and I'll give you some of that money. By the way, we're building rockets. That is an anarchy answer for the space race.
No, the anarchy answer is saying, how did that motherfucker get that much money? You know?
No, that's literally not... No, that's authoritarianism because you're worried about someone else's business. Like, you should be worried about, hey, that guy's going to pay me to learn how to make a booster.
I don't have the answer to this really difficult fucking question, but I know how to phrase it. What happens when too much money gets in one place in one time? All of the evils of the world. Your solution is this rich businessman with all of the money of the world, and all I can think of is the Pandora's box that opens, and all the gadflies in Egypt, and all the problems that that come with opening Pandora's box, and that stings the cow across Egypt, and all this stuff. It's insane. All I can think of with having that much money and that much power in one place is all of Satan's power coalesced. You know what I'm saying? Essentially, it's really weird. So so why do you, yeah, it's authoritarian to say one person can't have that much fucking money, but that's anarchy for you. It is sort of authoritarian. It's saying one person can't grow to block out so much fucking light that other people die because they don't have any sunlight. And that is authority structure in anarchy, and I've always hated it too. But as sooner or later, if you have a tree that grows so fucking tall that it blocks out the sunlight and kills the other plants, you chop the fucking tree. And yeah, that's about as most forceful, fascist as it gets.
Yeah, that's not anarchy. That's totally
chopping the tree.
Anarchy.
It's not. I know. No, anarchy is all tribes, no chiefs.
No, anarchy is all tribes,
no
chiefs.
Chiefs.
The lack of imposition of authority. Like, no one can enforce.
Yes, all tribes, no chiefs. An authority is anybody who has more money than everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
No, having a pile of money does not make you an authority.
Yes, it does. It makes you the ultimate authority on this planet. Yes, it does.
If you take the money and say, hey, go hurt that guy, and you pay someone, that's authority, sure. But if having money does not make you an authority.
Yes, it does.
No, it only empowers
That
you
is
to.
ignorance.
No, it empowers you to coerce people to do what you want. But if they're willingly, like, dude,
The
if Elon
respect
Musk
of the
hires,
entire culture is based on how much money you have. That is the power base. If you have the
yeah,
most money in the world, you are the biggest dictator.
if Elon Musk offered me $30 an hour to go sweep the floors at SpaceX in Washington, because they actually do have facilities here, I think in Redmond,
Let's hope he does. Yeah.
that would not be authoritarianism. That would be fucking, if anything,
If
I
Elon Musk has enough money to pay you $30 an hour, something's really fundamentally the fuck wrong with humanity, and Sodom and Gomorrah has taken over the earth and Satan strolls amongst our rich men.
that sounds like an insult towards my ability to provide useful labor to somebody, I would say.
No, no, no. If you have the kind of money to just throw away $30 an hour towards someone else, other than yourself, we have fundamentally
that's
lost our
nothing.
way, and evil controls everything that we do.
$30 an hour is actually like a normal wage. That's not a wealthy wage. That's
I'm
a
saying if
wage.
you have enough money, like Elon, to pay somebody else $30 an hour for the rest of your life, you have become a sinful, evil, corrupt man. You have too much money, and you don't worry
How is
about
it evil that you can afford to pay somebody
well,
to have
let
a
me
job?
finish, because you did not worry about the greater good. You worried about being able to pay somebody $30 an hour. You got selfish. You did not worry about the fucking greater good or the people starving in the fucking streets. You stuffed your fucking bank account so you could brag about paying somebody to sweep SpaceX for $30 an hour.
People are
That is
starving
corruption
in the
at
streets
its
because
purest.
they want to be
purest
starving in
form.
the streets because they'd rather do drugs than go work at McDonald's.
No, there's no money. All the money is stuffed in bank accounts controlled by rich people, so
There
nobody
are
can pay
now
anybody.
hiring signs all over the place. People
Yeah.
just don't want to work. There's so many
They don't
jobs.
want to work when it's $2,000 for a one bedroom. No, they don't.
No, you don't need to have a one bedroom. You can live in a
You
car.
do need a one bedroom. You can't live in a car. No, you need a toilet.
You can live in a
You need
car.
an address. If you want to work in America, you need an address, and car is not an address.
Cat, my second ex-wife lives in a car. She poops in a
I
box.
lived in a car
No,
for
toilet.
7 years, but I still didn't have a job, because you can't have a job without an address. And if you're supplying an address but you don't actually live there, you're essentially committing a form of civil fraud.
Well, and no one's ever going to catch you as long as
No,
you're
let's
able
hope
to
they
get your
don't.
money.
But the fascists that control the world, that took over all of the tribes, the chiefs that took over the fucking world, they dictated all of this. The Elons of the world.
All that, you should be careful when you're saying tribes on YouTube.
Why?
Even if
I
you
am
don't
not
mean it,
an
it's very
anti-native.
easy for other people to.
I think a
to make-
Republican conservative might be worried about such things, but I like, but I almost went to Standing Rock and shit. I'm not worried about such things at all. I can
saying,
use the
when you
word
start-
tribe and
When you start talking about the word tribe with negative connotations,
I said the connotation is said. I said all tribes, no chiefs. The minute that you have Elons, you've got chiefs. You're
very easy for
promoting
people to clip that
the
and say he's
chief.
talking about anti-Semitism.
okay. Well, I don't think that far. You might think that far, but I don't think like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like now a term for the tea people is
What's tea people? What's tea? What do you mean tea people? Are you talking about like people that throw like tea in a harbor?
what's the first part of what Optimus Prime is?
Oh, okay. I don't know. You can't say the word trans. Are you scared of saying the word trans? You need to say
I'm
tea
not.
people.
I'm
or-
not. No, but if you're on YouTube, you should be.
I'm not scared of saying the word trans.
That's
I
an
love
easy-
trans people. I'm not.
Well,
I'm scared of their censorship.
Well, I'm saying that's a term that's flagged, and it makes the algorithm start looking at everything else that you're saying a lot more closely than if you didn't say it.
Yes, but I won't
Yeah.
get banned. Understand? I don't care about some algorithm. I just don't wish to get banned. They're not going to ban me for saying the word trans in a positive, disparaging way.
I'm talking about why people use whatever the term is for like alternative words to communicate the thought.
Which is not my agenda whatsoever, and I've never met a liberal who did want that stuff. I care about not offending people. So if it means changing some of the terminology, I guess changing words is free. I guess changing the words, if it makes it so that people aren't offended, is kind of a cheap price to pay. But I don't believe in the censorship of the words.
I don't know how much you actually believe in that. Not to offend you, but
I do. I don't want to get banned. Otherwise, I would freely use all of these words, even the N word. when I was using them in the context of using them in a subject and in a discussion or something like that. I don't believe in the censorship, no.
Well, that's not what I was talking about.
I don't believe another rich man is the solution. I think the rich people are the problem. Giving them control of something so important as the space race is the death of the human race.
It's not going to be the death of the human
It
race.
is the death of the human race. Giving the rich people that much goddamn control is the death of the fucking human race. If they control the space, if they control space when we, the lower class, actually reach it, when they control the space by the time you and I actually see it, that is the death of the human race, because they'll just put the same religious wars and the same bullshit church and state shit that they always push and all of their fucking fascism, and they're telling people what to do. And that is the death of the human race to me, is letting some rich man control space. It is
the rich people that you don't like that are running the space race are not Christian or religious.
I don't know these people.
No, they're not going to make space churches.
I don't know who they worship now.
No, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are not going to make space churches. I don't know why you made that argument.
I think with money comes religious fervor. And I think with money comes the marriage of the church and the state with stuff like France and the Pope.
How many people that came into billions of dollars become religious right after? If anything, they become not religious after they get the billions.
I think it's probably a really high percentage, but we don't know. They're this society that we have zero information about.
Well, Elon Musk would be a case in my point. Jeff Bezos would be a case in my point. They are both not religious. They have lots of money. Hell, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia making a line world. He sure as shit doesn't seem very Islamic, because why would a Muslim person that's actually devout be building line world instead of doing other things with his billions of dollars?
I know that anywhere you find corruption, you find religion.
Anywhere you find corruption, you find irreligion. Not like religious people have a stranglehold in corruption. Organizations are always wrought with corruption.
That is true. There's many factions.
That's why the Catholic Church is corrupt as fuck.
He's right about that.
And
there's a many factions. Yeah, he's right. There's just another faction out of the many billions or whatever. He's right about that.
Yeah, like the Catholic Church is really corrupt because it's a power structure, and power structures attract people that don't care about the thing it was built around.
I think the church are the people who tell these people what to do.
Well, like the Pope is a heretic. The current sitting Catholic Pope doesn't believe in Christianity in any way, shape, or form. Yet he's the head of.
You don't think the Pope believes in God?
He sure as shit doesn't, because he's a heretic. No, if he believed in God, he would be fucking hiding away from hellfire right now.
Do you know the Pope? Can you speak for him?
I don't know him personally, but I know the things he says, his proclamations.
So that's my problem with your point. Your point, without knowing the Pope, how can you make the claim that you're making?
Because I've seen the things he says.
Yeah. So, but
he's not a private individual. When he says something stupid, I hear it.
So, what made you think that the Pope doesn't believe in God, Bagon? Because I think that is a false. I think you are wrong. I think you're wrong about that, and I think if you were to ask him, I think he would be very. To
properly answer that, I'm going to have to start not playing the game and pulling up Google to go research.
Please
anything
do. I'm
Pope
saying.
has ever said.
I'm wondering what your sources are. I'm not saying that you might be wrong. I'm saying that I think you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I think you might be wrong. Excuse me. Let me correct myself. I'm trying to say I think you're wrong, but I don't know if you're right. Okay. I think if you were to get in a conversation with the Pope about believing in God, I think he is going to spend the rest of his life trying to convince you that he believes in God, because I believe he does.
I think you're making devil's advocate arguments.
I think you were being
you don't know the Pope.
Flippant about how the Pope doesn't really support the interest of Christianity. And I understand, but you made this flat scientific statement about how the Pope doesn't believe in God. Kind of, which that I find like wrong. I don't know if that's true. What would lead you to believe that the Pope doesn't believe in God? He's looking too, and I love this about Bagon, because when you argue with
Trying to
stupid
fucking
people,
hunt boars, and you're making me look up stupid bullshit.
I'm not making you do anything. You don't have
I
to
am
do anything.
trying to hunt boars.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm trying to play Make Love Not Warcraft.
Oh, damn it. I hate walking in this game. It's got to be the worst walking sim I've ever played. It's worse than Death Stranding. By the time you get anywhere, your food's gone. So then it just gets exponentially 2/3 worse. I think the Pope tells Trump what to do. I would stake my life on it.
Trump what to do.
I absolutely believe it. I believe this fundamentally. I believe there's a cabal of really rich, fucking crazy, deep state cabal run essentially by religious people, of not just the Pope, but Jewish people, Chinese people, Confucius, everybody, Zen Buddhists, everybody. All of the world's piece of shit, fucking corrupt religions tell all the politicians what to do. And I'll die before I'll ever change my mind on that. And that sucks. With corruption, you find the church. With governments, you find corruption. With corruption, you find the church.
No, with corruption, you don't find the church. With corruption, you find Catholics. Protestantism is, at least legitimate Protestant churches, are far divorced from the Catholic. Okay, there's a lot of things I could break down to make Protestants and Catholics different, but organized structures are very easy to subvert and attack and take over.
The church wishes to reside for free and not pay taxes. This means a governmental interest who controls the infrastructure makes some kind of concession to the church. This creates this terrible symbiotic relationship between all of the world's shitheads and all of the world's shitheads, the church and the state. It is the source of the corruption and why we have commercialism running our space race.
Okay, so Kat, when it's like the Mormon quote-unquote church, because Mormons are not Christians.
Mormons are no different. They're right up in there, like with the
Freemasons. The Mormon organization uses their money to buy up properties and make money. They literally run their church coffers.
All church entities.
It's the only No, they don't.
Well, not all, but that's a bad statement. Not all, but
legitimate churches use their funds primarily for taking care of their own church. Like maybe you need to get a bigger church building. Maybe this one's rotting and we need to go hire someone to put a new roof on it. But it's like maintenance and upgrades of their grounds and usually aid work and charity. Like, sure, they have to pay their staff too, because you have to, like, if you're a pastor and you want to have a family, you gotta have some money, right? But yeah, it should still be a reasonable paycheck.
And when they go to make the new church, they go and talk to their zoning person, who tells them to go speak to the local constable, and the constable tells them to go talk to the local city council, and the city council is controlled by the government. And then there's this connection made between the church and the state, where there's some concession made between the state to the church so that the church can operate, tax-free and with respect, and are allowed special things like asylum, and are given special governmental and legal considerations and stuff like war and that sort of thing, right?
Well,
and this is the corruption of all of the world's governments, and where most of the problems stem from. And then you get when you add businessmen to the mix, you have essentially outside interests running the governments, be it the church, be it the businessmen. It's usually one or the other. And so to me, another fucking priest and another fucking businessman are not the answer to mankind's woes. And I hope I'm getting my point across. I don't have the solution. And that's what I think frustrates Bagon, is he thinks I'm just sort of stating the problem, and I am. I'm just stating the problem. I don't have a solution, but I know how the power works and the connections that can be made. The church wants concessions from the government. The government wants concessions from the church. This creates a terrible corruption base of power that leads to all the world's problems. You get money, business, and government mixed. You get terrible, terrible world problems like planetary wars and such. So, and I'm trying to bring it down to this base argument level about what we were originally arguing about, which is like, you know, that Elon is successfully like beating the space race, and more power to him. I think I do agree with you about that. But saying that another priest and another businessman is the solution to the greater good isn't it. I think it needs to be this agreement between the church, the state, and the businessman about the greater good, where the public's interests are pursued before these people are able to have any sort of power control over it whatsoever. If Elon succeeds at the space race before anybody else does, when the human race does go to space, he will be the absolute supreme power there. And the same corruption that destroyed our planet will destroy space. Now, am I right? No. And beg on bristles at this because I'm trying to make some absolute statement about how it's gonna be, and you can't. That's like being a Sith. It's like making these absolute statements about how it'll be if a businessman takes over space. But you understand the point I'm making? We can't let these people control our future. They don't have our best interests at heart. They only have their own interests at heart. They don't care about the greater good. Not the church, not the state, not the businessman. So what the solution to that is, I don't know. But I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, I already stated that I dispute the existence of the concept, the greater good. It's a lie, and it's completely subjective. Like, my definition of the greater good is not your definition of the greater good. Yours, not mine.
There's the fundamental
it's not a
disagreement.
Thing. It's all made up. It's all gas. It's all thought waves. It's not
I think
a real
I would
thing.
like to die on that hill. I believe that the greater good does exist, and I think it exists as America right now today, and it is this structured thing that anarchy will not support. I think it's this, you know, this structured thing where the taxes pay for the infrastructure. The infrastructure is the space race. The infrastructure is the education, the food, the water, the shelter, the things that we need. We need the space race too, because we ran out of space. So now, it didn't used to be in the 70s that we needed the space race as badly as we do now, but as it becomes evident that we have run out of resources and are continuing to breed but cannot support the food to feed all of these children, then the space race becomes important, like education and power and water and all this. If you let a commercial interest like Elon Musk control the space race interest, we will have the same planetary problems up there that we had down here, and it's not escaping anything at all. It has to be the greater good. I don't care if you believe in it or not. I think it's sacrosanct almost. The greater good is evident, I think. These we hold these truths to be self-evident kind of thing, you know? I think that's something that in Begon's defense, I think it's a very hard position for him to take. I'm sympathetic for him to take it, like to say that there's no greater good. That's not a simple position to take. He's obviously thought about this a great deal, and that is not, you know, that's not fun. That's not fun that the greater good doesn't exist. I did not argue with him when he made this point, you know. The greater good must exist. This business interests will not pursue the greater good. You know they won't. So then I go and I do something unfair to Elon. I try to doubt the progress that he's made when he's obviously made progress. I go and I try to throw shade, I think would be the parlance of our times. I try to throw shade on Elon because I don't want the fucking businessman running the space race. I think that's like letting Satan run the fucking space race. I don't really see the fucking difference. They don't care about anything but money. The only reason Elon is winning the space race is because that's where the big money is. It's bigger than production. It's bigger than anything else mankind's ever had. The space race production is the most money there's ever been. You want him to get in there and control that honeypot because the government didn't run the space race well, then I believe it would behoove us to fix that problem before enabling this corrupt businessman to take over the greatest honeypot in mankind's history. Am I wrong? We need to address the problems first before we just trust in Superman to fucking save us. It's that same old, it's the theme that we came up with earlier, teach a man to fish, right? The teach a man DIY punker fucking anarchist solution to all of this is to solve the problems that we have right now today, which is understanding that we can't trust some business oligarch to fucking control the space race. We can't trust them. We've seen what happens when the business oligarchs control things. So I don't know what the solution is, but it's not Elon. And so I throw shade unfairly, and I apologize, Elon. It's not like I'm in a conversation with him, but you'll see the liberals throw shade at Elon unfairly when he has made, I'll make the concessions, he has made, you know, great jumps in the space race. Bagon is not wrong about this, but I still don't want to validate those jumps because it's just controlling the business interests that have destroyed humanity. It's like lauding them. It's like applauding the people who have destroyed humanity. Like, oh, good, thank you, Daddy Elon, for all of the world's woes. Hopefully we'll have those in space too when you take over and put the same infrastructure power-based problem that we had down here up there. Am I wrong? I think it's a valid concern. I don't care if Elon wins the space race, but I don't want a businessman running space. I want the greater good running space, and if we don't have a greater good, like Bagon says, then we address that problem first, rather than saying, "Oh, you know, all steam ahead," ship level power to over 9,000 for Elon controlling the space race, right? I'm like, nah, maybe we need to control, like not control, but we need to maybe solve some of the other problems that we have before we trust in Superman to save us.
No, because like I told you, the greater good is entirely a personal concept that's different to each individual. If you start listing off things
I
that
don't
you
think
make up the greater good, it won't take me too long to chime in and say I disagree with that.
I think the greater good is reflected in the especially American ideals. Like, what are the American ideals? Let's look.
Actually, I gotta step away for a second because I got a fucked up foot right now, and my gauze pads just fell off, so I need to take care of my foot. I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. What are the American ideals? There's equality, democracy, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, due process of law, freedom of assembly, the future, and achievement, right? Now, what are these according to? But these are what the revolutionaries believed in when and tested during the Revolutionary War. That is the greater good. Equality, democracy, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, due process of law, freedom of assembly, the future, and achievement, right? That is those freedoms that are the God-given American fucking ideals and God-given American rights and all that. That is the greater good. It does exist. Anytime that we fuck with any of these things, such as equality, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, due process of law, freedom of assembly, and the future, right? We have this belief that what happens in the future is within our control. That's like the Founding Fathers' words, is we have this belief that what happens in the future is within our control. That is the greater good. Our beliefs are the greater good. They still exist. They are there. They are there. Our fundamental... Our greater good is still here. He doesn't believe in it, but I do. Our greater goods are our beliefs. They're still very strong. I don't fear for America's future. I think like a lot of people do. I don't believe that we're in some apocalypse because our ideals have not changed. But one of those ideals is equality. Letting some rich man fucking control space like they control the planet is not equality. It is not the forefathers' core founding beliefs. Do I dislike Elon? No. I dislike the inequality. We must address the inequality before we ever let Superman save us. It behooves us to worry about that first. Space is this terrible thing that's pressing because we're running out of space, but equality is something that's a greater concern. That's all I had to say. Church is not equality. They put God above all else. not the people. Business is not equality. They put money above all else, not the people. Government is not equality. They put power above all else, not the people, you know? We need a greater good, some kind of unity between all of these entities. I guess I'm not really an anarchist anymore in my old age. They say the punker's mellow, but I'm really not an anarchist anymore. I think we've grown so much that no, I don't want a governmental entity. I'd be fine without it, actually. But honestly, I do believe in this idea that I don't have the time as a single citizen to care about the greater good. I need my government to do that now. There's billions of us. There's 750 million Americans. As a single citizen, I can't care about the lives and the inalienable rights of other Americans, like equality, democracy, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, due process of law. Like, those things must be observed. Letting business or letting the church or letting the government take over, like, one of the top 20 killing problems that I spoke about on election day, that's killing America, that the politicians are not addressing, like, you know, education, food, the space race, water rights, poverty, the drug war, prison industrial complex, 55,000 prisons for 50 colonies, all this other stuff, right? But like, a business entity is not the solution to this. Just because they have the money should not just give them gung-ho free reign. Begon had a very strong point here about, you know, you can't stop them. And I think that's where this conversation kind of ends, you know? It's one of the reasons why I didn't argue with him a whole lot tonight, because he's not wrong about anything that he said. I don't think I've been really wrong about much I've said either. It kind of sucks. I'm sure he thinks I have been, but I mean, like, I believe that God is the greater good, you know? That love is the greater good. The humans are the greater good. The public is the greater good. Our ideals, our American ideals, are the greater good. And I believe it does exist. I think it's stronger than ever. Am I wrong? Our ideals haven't gone anywhere. We've come used to accepting shitty shit a lot more, but I think you could call that grace under fire, basically. Our ideals have not weakened. Equality being chiefly the main one. Letting business take over the NASA space race is not equality. It's pretty much the opposite of it. There's the core. All this entire conversation, I've been trying to get the thesis statement to my paper that I'm writing here, and there it is, because it's like I needed Begon's help to fucking reach it. It's like my thesis statement for this paper I'm writing here is equality always was the chiefest virtue in our greater good. You know, I would say it is our greater good. It's a not non-grammatical statement to say that equality was the chiefest virtue of our greater good, you know, or something. I'm just taking stabs at the quote that I'm trying to make here, which is that equality was our core principle. Letting meritocracy take over anything, be it what Elon did. You know, Elon's done, like, Begon's not wrong. Elon's done a lot of great things, but he's also done a lot of horribly evil, terrible things too, like destroy the equality in America around our voting cycle and bribing citizens to vote for Trump. And stuff like that is an example of what happens when business is given the fucking reins. So am I anti-Elon? No. Am I anti-space race or Elon space race? No. I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying that the equality must be observed because it is the public's interest. Equality must be observed. If we can't prevent our plutocrats from taking over the space race, then it needs to be a governmental push, because it is crisis level of corruption for them to just sort of make the race without the rest of us. You understand my concern here? They go and make the race without us because we don't have the money to be up there with them. It's the same old, separation between gods and clods that they did down here that ruined the planet. So, I mean, I'm not sure NASA is the answer. Begon doesn't seem to think it is, and I don't think it is. But I still think a governmental agency controlled by the public's interest in the aim of government good is a lot better than the businessman's interest, is it not? Sure, he makes these doomer points about NASA didn't do it, NASA didn't make it, NASA died, NASA became corrupt, NASA became this DEI liberal libtard organization that got defunded by Obama. And he's right about this. But it doesn't change the fact that we need some greater good interest, some higher virtue interest in maintaining the equality in the space race. Or we'll just have all the same bullshit inequality that we have down here. Do we not? I'm done repeating myself. I'm sorry. I don't think he wants to better the human race. I think he wants to get there first so he can dictate the fucking rent. I think Begon's in support of this. I'm not. That's the same old goddamn corruption that killed America. What's the difference? Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. If it's not government, it's business. Entities that only care for themselves and stuff like power and money. I think Begon's points are a lot more cogent. Mine are on almost a metaphysical level of, oh, you wish the plutocracy to take over space too? It boils down to that simple thing for me. You wish the rich to take over the space race too? I don't think so.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I do wish for the rich to take over space.
Yeah,
but not because
which is
they're
good.
rich.
I like that he came by this assumption with his logic. I think a bunch of people come by the assumption that just, rich people are the only people who are capable of doing it. And I think he actually made the journey, which I like. I think a lot of people just tend to throw their hands up and be like, they'll just figure it out.
Well, so I believe in a meritocratic system. Do you propose a better way to gauge who has the merit to take that helm?
All tribes, no chief. You meet in the fucking city council and something. I guess in your idea would be rule, I guess. It's like sort of what the Native Americans did. You meet in the fucking center of the fucking town and your rule thing that never got as big as the city. And you say, okay, we've got this thing where there's nowhere else to go. We've got to go to space, but we don't want the businessman controlling it or whatever. What do? And we sit there and we listen to the Jews, the Chinese, the Japanese people, the Russians.
No, I wouldn't listen to any.
All of the races and all of the people that make up America that comprise my rural town in inequality, right? Inequality. All of the fucking not just the rich white man, but all the people of the tribal. What do they call it? What do they call a tribal place? That's the. Well, now we call it a reservation after the rich white man took over. But what do they call that? It's the when you're off the reservation, I guess. Tribal land, I guess, is the concept I'm trying to get at, right? If the land is tribal and everybody in the community is able to actually just worry about that particular community, we have a lot less problems that we have right now with the current meritocracy power base. Now, are we capable of human beings of doing the tribal Execution? I do not believe so. No, the rich white man came in and just took over. Capitalism came over and took over. Does capitalism defeat all? Yes. Money defeats all. Which is why Begon wins his argument. In the end, I know I have the losing argument here when I say I don't want the rich man taking over space, right? But in the end, money is the main actor here, and wherever the money is what will happen. If the money people want space, then that's what will happen.
It may not be nice, but is it really wrong that might
is it wrong?
Makes right?
No. And this is
in
why
this world might makes right, as unfortunate as that is.
Mm-hmm. And I will be quiet here, and I will let him speak, because I do agree with him, and I agree with him earlier when he said this stuff. He's like, but we get what we want, don't we? And I'm like, yes, we do. I can't argue with you that about one. But when we get what we want, we also get Mr. Rich Man running space. And when our grandkids get out there, I don't know if I'll have grandkids, but you probably will. Your grandkids, when they get out to space, if Elon controls the space race, they're going to meet with Mr. Spacer X guy who tells them what their job is when they get out there. That's not good.
That's exactly what happens right here, right now in this world. I don't see how it's any worse.
Yeah, and I promised I would be quiet. I have no cogent argument to that, so I'll be quiet.
Well, keep in mind, I've also got a Christian worldview, so to me, it's more about...
I don't think you have a Christian worldview.
Being a good person, doing good works. I mean, try to develop a relationship with the Lord. And yeah, there's always going to be suffering in this world. It's always going to be imperfect. This world was not designed to be perfect. And I'm much more worried about my children's souls than whether or not they like their boss. Because I'm sure the world will be stable enough that they at least have a boss where they go to work, they get food, they can afford housing, they could have some semblance of a happy life beyond that. And as long as their needs are met and they can live a life how they want to, I'm fine with them having a boss. I mean, hell, the Apostle Paul in the Bible, like that often quoted line where he tells the slaves to go back to their masters. It's misinterpreted by people that are trying to make it sound like Christians are pro-slavery, but I think one of the points being
Christians
made
are not pro-slavery.
I know they're not. I know they're
just
not.
so you know.
There's one message or one letter from the Apostle Paul where he's telling slaves to go back to their masters.
Oh, really?
Misinterpreted by people who are trying to make a point that's not correct.
If you look at the context, if you are about to be chewed apart and shot by dogs and Jim Crow, it might be good advice to go back to the plantation.
Well, you're almost 2,000 years separated when you're giving the American civil rights thing. But
if you put it in context where, like, if you're gonna die if you don't, then it's proper to say go back to the plantation until the situation changes, right? It sucks, but I mean, if the context fits it, it could be proper, you know.
I mean, as a whole separate idea, it's better to work under somebody that tells you what to do than go out into the wilderness and die like a dog.
Mm-hmm. I think it's also it's almost the clock's right twice, or even a broken clock is right twice a day kind of argument thing. I want to get off on a side bent here slightly, right? There's a time when almost anything is correct, right? I want to make a weird blanket statement and say that it's just never right to go back to the plantation ever, is it? It's just not ever right. You can never make a statement that would ever not be racist or horrible or whatever it is, the pro-slaver, right? You're pro-slavery if you say go back to the plantation, right? So you can make this blanket statement about, like, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say it's ever proper to say go back to the plantation, right? But there is this weird time, usually the clock's right at least once, right? Where you might be a slave, white slave, controlled by black people here. I'm trying to keep the racism out of it, so I'll do the anti-white thing, racism thing. I'll be like, you're black people and you run a slave owning control, society, right? And you are Jack Crow, and you have a white slave surrounded, and I'm doing this to keep the racism out of it because that's not the point here, right? So even a broken clock can be right twice a day. The context does matter, right? And you have a white slave surrounded, and you're about to either let the dogs chew him up or shoot him. You can make an accurate statement that you should go back to the plantation, and it would be the right advice to give to that slave in that particular context. So this blanket statement that you couldn't ever say is not right to go back to the plantation, right? Sometimes that advice might save your life in a weird contextual situation that never ever comes up. And this is the problem with blanket statements, is occasionally there's this weird contextual statement, context where, it might be good advice. you know. And so then we bristle. We're like, nah, that's terrible advice. You can't ever say go back to the plantation ever, right? But no, you could if it meant saving the person's life. And I don't know why I got off on this tangent, but it's just this argument.
Yeah, that wasn't the point I was trying to make either.
I know. Well, I'm not trying to support your point. I'm trying to say that we live in this blanket statement culture where and this is the woke argument sometimes, I think, where we're like, you can't say that, you can't say that. But even contextually, sometimes that you might be able to say it without being in the wrong. It's weird to say that we can't say things. It's kind of thought police, you know. That's all I'm trying to say.
I would make a better point if I actually looked up the scriptural quote, but with my current in my head.
What was the context of the quote, Bagon? Because that's what I'm asking, right? Because if the guy was saying go back to the plantation or you're gonna die, is that not good advice? Is he not trying to help them? Is he, was not Paul trying to help the slaves? And what's the context of what you're saying? Because I'm not biblical. I don't know what the context is.
Yeah, I should.
Was he trying to help the slaves? Because
I should be looking at the actual quote so I can give a more coherent argument.
Yeah, let's look into this. Because could you make a biblical argument for slavery? I do not believe so. Who tried to say that we did? Did somebody try to say that the woke made an argument about the Bible pushing slavery? I don't think anybody's ever made that point, have they? Because I don't think you can make that point. I don't think we need to care. I can't find boars. I've been traveling so long and I can't find boars. As this stream is my witness, I have traveled like 7 kilometers and I haven't found one boar. I've set signs in new towns. I've been all over this fog of war.
You're looking for boars?
Yeah, tell me where to find boars.
They're historically south of our village.
South of the village, okay.
Yeah, between our village and like that tower that's south of the village, the bandit camp tower.
Okay, yeah, the big bandits encampment. Okay, that's
I cleared it recently, so there might not be boars right there, but that's usually where I find it.
Right, because I haven't done that run lately, but I assumed that, they were all gone. I thought Fog of War would lead me to boars faster. And it also serves us. I find wolves. I found 80 wolves. Let's go look at this
yeah, I found the quote.
Slavery quote, huh? Biblical slavery quote by Paul. Is this from Paul? In the original Greek...
I just sent it to you in Discord if you just want the actual text.
Paul, a slave of Jesus Christ, that he himself, Timothy, and Epaphras are all slaves of Christ, and even that Christ himself took the form of a slave.
Yeah, I think it's...
Is it Corinthians 7:21?
Or like focus on doing... it's Ephesians 6.
Ephesians 6. Okay, I'm looking at Corinthians 7:21, which is Paul now tells Christ following slaves not to make the point of their lives to change their status to freed men. And that's what I think you were originally getting at, is Corinthians 7:21.
Well, like kind of the general gist I'm getting from the Corinthians 6 5 through 9, it looks like, is that you need to focus more on doing good earthly works so that the Lord will reward you in heaven than worrying about changing your station. Because I mean there's separate parts of the Bible where it's talked about God has allowed rulers to be in their positions, even if they're awful despots. There may still be a good purpose caused by their evil in a roundabout way, which is one reason why it can be really fucking confusing to interpret things.
Very eloquent and beautiful. I like what you said there.
No, like King Herod.
Yeah, King
fucking
Herod.
monster. He's the one that went around murdering young Jewish boys because he had heard about the coming of a prophet or
you know your stuff.
So he went around just like Pharaoh killed all the Hebrew children when he heard about well, what ended up being Moses speaking for him. Like Herod did horrible things, but he was still a king, and the biblical interpretation where it's talking about rulers would be that God put Herod in his position, even though Herod then went and murdered a bunch of children and was a horrible leader.
I forget about this all the time, but there is this connotation that God kind of ran the world back then, and if you were a power in the world, it was because God wanted you to be, you know?
Well, that was
we don't have that
the
anymore.
interpretation that the Bible supports.
Maybe the Christian right and the Republicans sort of believe that Trump's anointed by God, but I don't really think we have that much anymore. We don't have the God anointed thing anymore.
Well, I don't go around saying that just because a president is president that God said so.
But I mean, didn't God make that the case?
And smite him. But...
You could philosophically, you could make the argument that God made that the truth, though.
I don't know. Well,
to muddy the arguments.
Those are some of the things where there's not a real, at least to my understanding, there's not a real clear directive given on that stuff. I mean, it could just be that God's letting it happen.
And we can't interpret either. We don't know God's will either. We can't define it either. So,
well, okay, so like look at this. I'll give like an example I can nail down. So like,
I love Christian arguments. I really do.
So when Pharaoh ordered all the young Hebrew boys murdered to stop what ended up being Moses coming up from their people and liberating the Jews and all that stuff from Egypt, if Pharaoh hadn't ordered all the Jewish children killed, then Moses' mom never would have put him in a basket and put him into the Nile. And one of the Egyptian princesses never would have found Moses and adopted him and raised him to be an Egyptian prince. And he never would have been in that position where he murdered a cruel slave master and then ran the fuck off into the desert and everything else that happens in the Moses story.
Poor little baby in the Nile. Poor baby.
It's a horrible story.
It's a scary story.
I mean, it's a tragic story rather, but
it's everyone's nightmare. It's a baby carriage floating down the river. It's the cat's in the bag and the bag's in the river. You know.
Well, I don't know. I don't.
Veritable, we're fucked. You know.
I believe that the text of the
and
Bible
baby Jesus was just fine
in the river. I think it was that she took the basket.
Oh.
She coated it in pitch, I think it was, or she made it basically so the basket would float, the liquor basket or whatever it was. But she just set it in the reeds. I don't think it was actually floating. Like if you watch the.
Is it Mary we're speaking of here? I can't remember. Who places the?
No, not Mary.
Who places the basket in the river? I can't remember.
It's his mom.
Oh,
I don't
isn't
even
that Mary
remember
Magdalene?
If named or not.
That's Mary Magdalene, isn't it?
No, that's like thousands of years before Mary Magdalene was alive. We're talking about Moses.
Moses and Paul and...
No, Paul is also after the death of Jesus is when... Like, after the death and resurrection of Christ is when Paul becomes a thing. Because Paul was one of the Jewish inquisitors going around mass murdering Christians when Christianity was a fledgling movement. And then Christ appeared before Paul, blinded him, and told him to go to some town and talk to one of the Christians. And basically when Paul sought out the Christian church to talk to them and not murder them, he basically when Paul converted to Christianity is when he was given his sight back. So again, totally different time period, totally different time.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Moses, which was like when the Israelites were enslaved by Egypt. And the point I was getting to was it's horrible that a bunch of children were murdered by Pharaoh because of a prophecy, but through that action, God's will was carried out, and that Moses was placed into the position that led him through all the rest of the steps that led to the freedom of the Jewish people.
Thy will be done.
So it's awful, some of the stuff that the Lord allows to happen, but I mean...
Why do good things happen to good... Why do bad things happen to good people?
The hope is that there's a greater good, which is the closest you'll get me to say there's a real greater good.
God is the greater good.
Like God's will, but anyway, yeah, like horrible things happen, but sometimes there's good ends. Like, I mean, my divorces have been horrible things that have happened. I'm hoping that there could be good things that come out of them. It's probably not as good as if just I had found a woman that actually wanted to be married and a mother, but you know, there can still be good things that come out of the bad thing.
To quote the great Rumi, who was a Eastern Hindu, I believe, monk, the greatest treasure can be found in the greatest ruin. Or some such. The translation has been argued about for 2,000 years. There's several different interpretations of it. There's my interpretation, which is the greatest treasure can be found in the greatest ruin. The literal interpretation was where there is treasure, where treasure can be found, there is also ruins. There's like a bunch of different ways to interpret it, but they're all really beautiful. like life motto things. But yeah, Begon, like in the greatest ruin is also the greatest treasure. So if something bad happened, worse to you than it does to other people, you can expect something truly great to happen, hopefully. That's usually how God works, but I can't put words in God's mouth, but that's usually how it works. If something really, really fucking horrible happens, then usually something really, truly great happens in the end.
Well, I think you still have to take action. Like, for example,
God helps
David and
those who
Goliath.
helps themselves. Yes.
If David hadn't gone down to the war camp and volunteered to fight the Philistines, and if he hadn't put that little rock in his sling and hucked the rock at Goliath,
conquer, yeah,
then he never would have.
I'm good at conquers.
Then God never would have guided that stone to hit fucking Goliath right in the head, where it'd knock him out and take him out. You know, like, you still have to go and do the action.
God caused COVID.
Hope that God guides your hand in a way that gives you a good end.
God makes COVID.
I'm also talking out of my ass, by the way.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Oh, I'm coming up with arguments spur of the moment, is what I'm saying.
Yes, but everything you did, you quoted scripture for, and you have reasons for saying.
Not quoted. No, I looked up the slave thing, but everything else I'm going off memory.
You were not lazy like I'm always lazy. You always like actually cite your sources and stuff. You have reasons.
I found the village bell tower research.
Oh, good.
Finally.
Yay.
It requires an apprentice carpenter, which I really hope we have one of.
No, we don't.
You don't know that we don't?
We have an apprentice lumber guy, or whatever, lumberjack, but not a... I do know, because I've been watching you recruit.
Well, I don't... So it's Amelia Hobb is the one that got assigned to the research. I'm trying to see if there's a place where it says what their professions are.
And no idea.
Yeah, like, I'm in the character screens right now looking around. Like, she's a swordsman, she's a weakling, and she's nearsighted. But it doesn't say that she's a carpenter. Yeah, I wish I could figure out... There's a lot of things in this game where I have to just figure them out, and there's a lot of things where I can't seem to. Well, I need to kill the bandits that robbed the blacksmith.
Can I take a moment to whine about Pantheon? I really wanted Pantheon to be good, and I came to this...
I would rather you did that than we keep talking about politics and stuff.
Me too, I know. Like, it's, you conduct yourself well. I generally conduct myself like some kind of heretical, non-governmental, anti-everybody, anti-fucking me, against me person. You conduct yourself well, you know?
You jump around too much and get on way too hard of a tangent way too often is what I would say to that.
I travel the world.
Stuff,
I have brain damage, and it sucks to stay really focused on one thing for me. It's really difficult to do.
Yeah, you just jump around too much when you're talking about stuff.
Jump around.
Oftentimes don't finish the thought before moving on to the next one.
Nope. And so, yeah, I'd really like to talk about how Pantheon sucked, and I came to this really horrific fucking realization today that my original favorite game of all time, which is Final Fantasy XI, is superior to EverQuest, Old School RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Pantheon, DDO... Like, my original fucking game, and I believe this the way that I'm sure Begon probably believes that his original game was the best game, right? We all have this original game that we were all raised on, that we believe that is just the best game ever made, right? And I was really hoping the Pantheon might at least be a contender, but no. My Final Fantasy XI is still better than all of these other games combined. It actually is. It has the most population... Even more... no, I'm sorry. WoW still has the most population. Excuse me. That is incorrect. But it has the most successful private server population. And it has, like, the best community, I think. And that's weird. And I've been looking and looking and looking and looking for some other game. I thought it might be Rust. I thought it might be 7 Days. I thought it might be DDO or this game or any of these games. But no, I always fall back on Final Fantasy XI, and I really want to break that mold. But I'm finding it extremely fucking difficult. Like, I gotta say, I'm inspired by Begon, like, not playing WoW right now. Because I was not able to put Final Fantasy XI down. I was not able to do it. I tried so many times this year. I can't put it down now. We have an expansion coming up on December 23rd, Treasures of Gone, and I still can't put it down. And it's like, God damn it, man. I bought Pantheon today for $40 thinking, oh my God, maybe I can play this instead of Final Fantasy 11. Nope. Nope.
I mean, I still play Dungeons and Dragons online.
I wanted DDO to be better than 11. I don't fundamentally believe it to be. It's weird. Not even graphics wise. It's weird. And that sucks because it's like I can't tell if that's my bias from just the game that I grew up on or if I'm right. It's fucking annoying. I think Final Fantasy 11 to be superior to Baldur's Gate 3 or 2 or D&D, and that's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. But I go looking for the party experience that 11 provides in any other game, and I can't find it. Where you have, you know, a tank, an off tank, 2 DPS, a bard, and a healer. You just don't have it anywhere else. Maybe Overwatch, I guess. Overwatch actually did it more successfully. I think D&D does it successfully, but it's really, really hard to get 6 people together, like Final Fantasy 11, to do 6 hours of an XP party in some ungodly place filled with demons or goblins or pucks or, you know, flamingos or whatever, you know, whatever's out there. And I think there's like 3 successful games in history that have managed to do it. It's EVE Online. DDO does it. Actually, DDO, there's like 4 successful games. DDO does do it. FFXI. I think if people play old school RuneScape like that, I think old school RuneScape's like that, isn't it? There's Bard and is it Mage?
There's no classes in old school RuneScape. There's just skills.
There's just skills, right? Yeah,
You're basically a warrior, an archer, or a mage.
Yeah, so I'm looking for what FFXI is still currently giving me the best out of all of these games, which is a main tank who has to tank that mob that the thief or bard puller is bringing into the XP party. The off tank has to take the mob off the main tank when the main tank's defensives are down. The DPS have to do their fucking jobs or the mob doesn't die, and the mob goes on the healer when they have to overheal to keep the tank alive, and the Trinity, right? And then the bard to keep the mana up for the healer, and the healer who is, you know, just the best person there, you know, Catalysta, the best person there is the cleric. So, I'm scared of doing what Begon's doing, which is DDO and real life D&D parties to get what I want, because Final Fantasy 11 is supplying it to me very readily and easily available, and you get your party invite within 5 to 20 minutes or something like that. And I keep looking for that somewhere else, and EVE Online has it, but you have to dedicate your entire life to it. I'm fairly sure DDO has it, but you have to dedicate your entire life to it. I don't think you have to dedicate your entire life to FFXI at all. I know because I don't. I barely play it, you know. I've done 1 XP party in 5 months or something. WoW doesn't have it anymore. It used to be you needed the mage to sheep, you needed the rogue to sap, you needed the shaman to hex, you needed the totems for the mana or the shadow priest for the mana, you needed the prot tank. Well, I really don't believe in bear tanks, but prot tank, you know, prot warrior. Hybrids shouldn't ever be able to main tank, in my opinion. So, this is what we wanted out of Pantheon today. I was like, oh my god, am I going to be able to go join a 6-man XP party? And this is what I think they're kind of promising this with Ashes of Creation too. They're like, you join a 6-man party and you go release nodes and you fight the demons and beat them back so your town gets stronger and stuff. I don't think Pantheon had any of that. I don't think it has any of that. It's got the 6-man party and it's got, like, you know, the cleric and the tank and the DPS and stuff. Begon said something that I want to ask you about something, Begon. You said something this year that is fundamentally changing me, and I wonder if you would like to share some more anecdotal stuff about this. But you said you don't want to play an MMO.
Oh, well...
Now, do you not want to play MMOs anymore? And I don't fault you for saying this. I actually don't. I find it very fascinating. I'm like, do you really not want to play MMOs anymore? Because I'm addicted to the main tank, off tank, DPS, healer, 6-man party thing. Like, I think that's probably what you're doing, DDO, right?
Yeah, that's what I do in DDO. Like DDO, there's a website where I can basically monitor the looking for group channel. So I don't have to log into the game to know what like groups people are trying to post. So I'll actually have this website tab open all the time. And periodically I'll go check it and be like, oh, do I want to do that? Nope. Okay, back to not playing DDO. But if I see something, I'll actually stop and hop on the game and go play a session. But yeah, DDO still has the whole tank healer DPS dynamic,
I'm
but because of
going
how
to.
it's built, there's a lot of customization. Like I made myself my super character with all the past lives and all the buffed up stuff that you normally have in like Final Fantasy 11.
Okay.
I made a cleric, but I made it. It's a pure cleric, not multiclassed, and it's as tanky as I could possibly make it while still being a full-on healing spellcaster.
Yeah.
Now, I have vastly more health than anyone I've run into that wasn't a dedicated tank build that was like barbarian or fighter or something like that. I've got like 5,000 health in the game standing in town, which I know you haven't played much and you didn't get to the top levels, but I can assure you 5,000 is a lot. Most people are somewhere between 1 and 2,000.
Uh-huh.
And 3,000 is a well-built,
What are you
high
at?
HP character. I just said
Oh,
5,000.
5,000. I didn't hear. Sorry. I
Yeah.
was listening,
And
but I didn't like
that's
understand. I didn't realize.
and that's on a cleric. When I usually run into clerics that have like 1,500 health, and I walk in there with my big dick 5,000 health bar.
Right.
And at the same time, I still have a lot of spell points. Like my mana bar, to use a different term, is still